I'd like to welcome all the members of the public to our hearings today. The first hearing is 464. Prior to getting into that, message for the committee right here. When I was a school principal, we had what we called a Sunshine Fund. And that was a fund to try and get enough coffee out there, and where we picked up the money for that too. So we're going to be wanting to discuss that in terms of if everybody to contribute a little bit to the pot, then we can be paying off the costs of bringing the coffee in, because that's all on us. And if you're not a coffee drinker, don't worry about it. But but yeah, there might be tea, it might be hot chocolate, whatever. So it'd be nice if we could just put a little jar out there, and if you have a little bit of something, you might want to put it in there. It can be put in any time. So we've also used those monies at times when we have had get-togethers, you know, and we had to book a place or something like to have a dinner together, which is a nice thing to do as a total committee.
Rick, is that the same fund that where the $5 goes if your cell phone goes off during a session?
That's exactly right, and I want to reinforce that. And it's non-lapsing. It just continues. You're right, Representative Luno.
Audited account?
Pardon me?
There can be an audited account?
Well, we have a performance audit done. I do it. And so at any rate, so it will be out there, and you might take advantage of the time to turn your phones off right now, because if we hear it going off, there's a little bit that goes in the kitty. And we'll discuss what the rules are going to be. If it's going to be $5. It used to be that you had to pay for a meal for us.
Oh,
And that was huge dollars. So you learned it quickly to turn it off. So with that information, didn't really need it for the public, but took advantage of the time. So we have 464 on the docket this morning. This is relative to eligible students in the Education Freedom Account program, and the prime sponsor is before us right now. I'd like to welcome Erica Leon, Representative Leon, to present her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the House Education Committee. I'm so glad that I had the opportunity to serve with you the first year of last term. For the record, I am Erica Leon, and I have the honor of representing Derry. I am here today to introduce House Bill 464, which expands eligibility for the Education Freedom Accounts to a number of different marginalized groups. We currently offer students and families which make up to 3 times the federal poverty limit level the opportunity to use a state portion of their school funding to follow them to an education option of choice. While many of the students in the following categories qualify based on income, that is not guaranteed, and the experience of a relatively more well-to-do student in these circumstances can be even more isolating. Let me give you some examples as I share the categories. Foster kid. Children are thrust into the foster care system for many reasons, and extending the EFA will help a student who is already attending a private school keep that crucial consistency while their world drastically changes. Migratory child. Migratory workers include field bosses, not just field hands. And I, for one, don't want to discriminate against the children of migratory workers who earn more than 3 times the poverty level. Homeless child. Homelessness can come catastrophically after a family financial disaster or a house fire. Just as a foster child already attending a private school should not lose their school along with their family, these homeless students should not lose their school along with their home. Children of active duty service members. Their parents wrote a blank check to our country up to and including their lives, and we don't know if that check is going to be cashed. These students deserve some choice. English language learners. Our educational system has learned a lot about teaching most English language learners, but those on both extremes still struggle. Very low skill students. I know these students. My mom actually taught kids who immigrated from villages in Mexico that had no written language. The standard ELL programs don't work with those kids, but being able to individualize it works. Sometimes that happens in the school system. Sometimes they need other options. And then very high academic skill students. They benefit from individualized, immersive English while they can continue to achieve their academic progress in their native language while building up both sets of skills so that they can perform well in English. Persistently bullied students. If a student is persistently bullied, they definitely deserve an escape plan. Well, an escape plan other than dropping out, which unfortunately happens too often. A child with a disability. Neurodivergent children often don't do well in a standard classroom. They need a more personalized approach to learning, one that can accommodate their learning differences. Allowing these students to take their state portion of funding with them to a better educational fit will save the local school district the tremendous cost of trying to replicate the environment that is naturally found at many learning cooperatives. A student with a documented manifest educational hardship. These students are already leaving their local school for a better academic fit. Allowing these students access to EFA funds broadens their options, and it relieves the school district of the cost of an out-of-district placement. A student in an underperforming school is defined in statutes. Schools in the bottom 5% of the state and high schools that graduate fewer than 69% of students over 2 consecutive years meet this definition. While I have compassion for these schools, I have more compassion for these students who may be missing out on an education. Those who want another option should have access to EFA funds to do so. A student assigned to a persistently dangerous school. No student should be forced to attend a persistently dangerous school. These kids definitely need access. And finally, any student who's eligible for a free or reduced price meal. I know that right now these levels are below our income eligibility, but I believe that if a family is determined to be in need of a subsidized lunch, then they also deserve to be able to have their state dollars follow their student. This bill is not a referendum on the EFA program. This bill provides access to some students who are marginalized and face challenges. Many speak of systemic oppression. It comes in so many shapes and sizes that no one thing can fix it. But this can extend a branch to some students who don't fit in the system and they need out. Small learning groups can accommodate students in a way that a school system never can. By necessity, we build our schools, our curriculum, and our schedules for average students. And then we add as many supports as we can for those who perform below the level, and we hope that those who are performing above will make it anyways. Educational groups of choice in private schools can meet the needs of educational groups of choice more than private schools in my experience, but they can meet the needs of students as individuals, unless it's a small private school, honoring what makes them special and building the foundation that they need to succeed in life. What I'm asking you today is if these students deserve to take their state funding to a different option. Foster kids, migratory and homeless kids, active duty military kids, English language learners, persistently bullied kids and those with a documented manifest educational hardship, children with a disability, and students in low-performing or dangerous schools. I believe that these students deserve whatever options we can offer them, and letting their state funding follow them is only fair. I ask that the opposition to this bill tell me and these students which of these students don't deserve the opportunity to have their state funds follow them for choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Aren't these students already available for EFAs?
Thank you for the question. Not every student is available for these. You could look at a foster student who's come from a higher income family and was attending a private school. Something catastrophic happens in their life where suddenly they need to be placed in a foster family. They've already had their world shifted. We should be able to offer those EFA funds for them to continue that or whichever educational option they were already in.
Oh, okay, follow up, please.
Yes, one follow-up. Yes.
How about the other students?
There are many of those students are. I would hope that our active duty service members are above the income threshold. Those families definitely make a lot of sacrifice for us. English language learners are not limited to just one income group. There are some that make more money, and some of those may be higher performing students, some of them may be lower performing students, and they may need more intensive focus on English and then separately on academics so that both can improve and they don't end up behind a grade level. I have some experience with that since my mother spoke in school, taught in a school that had a very, very high immigrant population, and over 2/3 of the students were English language learners. It took a very special process to get these kids up to speed. The kids that spoke Spanish did a better job, but those with Tagalog and other languages that were less common had a much harder time building up both their English skills and their academic skills without having learning losses.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Lamb, for joining us this morning. Exactly what's preventing these students from getting a voucher right now?
Thank you for the question. Not every student in these categories is in a family that makes at or below 300% of the federal poverty level.
And a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
And how much is that?
I don't remember the number offhand.
Do any members of the, can I get a
No,
clarification on
Well,
on
at
that?
the end, maybe technical, but this, we're going to limit it to 2 questions right now, including
Okay, because I
follow-up.
believe that's about $140,000 a year.
It is not that high unless you have a family of 8 or 9.
Somewhere around $86,000, 86, 87, as I recall. If you were talking greater numbers, you would be up to $111,000, but that's a different category. Yes, Representative,
Could you
question?
just clarify what you just said? 86,000 is which percent?
That's the 300%.
Thank you.
Now, don't quote me on that exactly.
Family of 4.
That's a family of 4. It's a family of 4. Okay, are there further questions for Representative Leon? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm just going back for my own notification here on line 6 of the document on the act. It's up to 300%. What is it currently?
That is the current law.
That is the current law right now. Okay. So my question deals, so it's not an expansion of the 300%. It's just to that level. My question deals actually with line 8 and when you had in your bill free and reduced lunch, folks, and those students, those entitlement students have to reapply every year for free and reduced categories to be certified. Most entitlement programs in the state have to recertify every single year. My question is, if students or parents of students who are now at the 300 threshold and make the appropriate documentation, and their income goes above the threshold, then as they move down, why should we be funding that if they at least minimally recertifying every year? I mean, I don't understand why we exclude them from recertifying every year like any other entitlement program.
Oh, thank you for the question. In Health and Human Services, we're dealing with the Medicaid cliff problem. We don't want to create a cliff problem here in the education freedom accounts, and this is actually the current law. I know at least 12 families myself that are within $100 or $1,000 of that, and they're worried that if they need to recertify, that the question is, are they going to make marginally more and then end up costing their family more by not having this in order to provide the educational services that are helping their children thrive? Do we want families to limit their income so that they continue to qualify for programs, or do we want both the families and the students to thrive?
Well, thank you. I'm not going to debate if that issue, if we want them, not them. I do know that we have every entitlement program has a line in the sand. Every driver's license has a line in the sand. Every
Can you put that in the form of a question, please?
yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. If every driver, okay. The point of the question is that should any one particular group be entitled not to create or recreate that certification every year when every other entitlement program that we all use for anything, it just goes from eligible to ineligible. But so this particular program, we say, nope, you don't have to do that.
Thank you. There's another bill that deals with that, but the state adequacy grant going to public schools is not limited by income. I'm not sure why we would limit it here either.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And clarification on the amount. If you had 400% of the 4 family, that's $111,000, as I stated. If you're at 300%, I believe it's down around $83,000 for a family of 4. Okay, further questions? Yes, Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. What's the current status of schooling ability for homeless children? And are there high schools that meet this dangerous standard in New Hampshire?
Thank you. Currently, homeless students go to I believe it's either the school district that they were in when they lost their home or that they are in. I don't know 100%, but I know we discussed it, and we've discussed it before. That's actually a good one to look into and make sure that these students' needs are being met, not just through EFAs, but through the public school too. Thank you.
And the high school.
Yes.
The high school, is there a dangerous high school in?
I don't know of any options for students that are in a persistently dangerous school.
Are there any that are,
Yes.
well, are there any currently designated that way?
I apologize. I did not look to see if we currently do, but I hope we don't. That would be a terrible thing to have a persistently dangerous school here in the state. But if that does happen, it would be good to give those students a way out.
Thank you.
That information is governed by statute, and you can get the answer to your question if you contact DOE. Further question, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In current funding for EFA programs, there's nothing in law that would link those dollar amounts to qualify to inflation levels, is there?
Thank you for the question. That's the state adequacy aid. So that's something that is calculated separately in the budget each year. So that is something that's dictated for all students who attend public school. Charter school is a slightly different calculation. And then for those students that qualify for the EFA. So we set that on each year, or each biennium.
Adequacy set by the biennium.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Boney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is that a lot of these categories that you have up here would require special services. And is there anything that a private school that takes a voucher, are they prepared to, and do they have those services available that ESL students would need, or emotional services for the bullied students, or even going on to, students with learning disabilities? That runs the gamut. So just want.
Thank you for the question. These aren't vouchers. This is money that goes into an account to pay for whichever educational service provider is determined by the parents to meet their child's need. So they will go looking to figure out which one it is. I know a family that's not an EFA program family, but they have a child with significant learning disabilities, and so they are paying out of pocket for an OT to work with their student. And a student that was basically decided to be uneducable through this intensive work and then family support is actually performing only a couple grade levels behind, and she was essentially considered a lost cause by the school system. Our schools are really, really resource constrained. When we have aides that are coming in to be one-on-one, a lot of that is to try and get things back into more of a small group, adaptive learning process. When you're starting out in a small group where you have maybe 6 or 7 students in some sort of learning center working together, those individual differences both teach the children how to work with people with different needs, and it also supports those students that otherwise would need intensive supports in a class of 16 to 25 students, but in a very small group, that's able to naturally be part of the educational process. I can tell you not every single student will necessarily find that provider outside of the school system, but this isn't a one-way process. Any family can go back to their public school if they find that they're not having their needs met. And so they always have that option of returning if they cannot find better services that better meet their needs. And I would bet those families would be really, really appreciative of what the schools do when they started off frustrated when they left the school system.
Thank you. I'd like to remind everybody in the committee, we need to address questions relative to this bill. The EFA law is in statute right now. That's not what this is, not putting EFA in statute. This is identifying additional categories which would qualify for the EFAs. Let's try to keep it there. Any further questions for the representative? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Representative Lauren Selig. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for seating me quickly so I can get to my own hearings. I am Representative Lauren Selig. I am also a parent of 2 kids in the Oyster River school system, and I oppose this bill and increasing the eligibility for these students. There are a number of items that were listed talking about special education, talking about ESL. These are programs that are already currently being defunded by the voucher program, and continuing to take money out of our public school system by funding kids going to programs where there's no accountability, there's no certification, there's no one monitoring to ensure that these children are in fact getting any of the education that we're presumably paying for, doesn't serve anyone's purpose. Currently, vouchers receive $7,000, over $7,000 per student as the justification. And so if that's the case, I don't understand where the justification comes to only provide public schools with $4,000 per student in terms of state aid. We need to live up to our constitutional requirement to fund adequate education for all students across the state, not just pull money for people who decide to pull their kids out of the public school system. As a parent of a special needs child, I know that the private schools in my area often do not actually provide any support because they are not required to by federal law in the same way that the public school system is. It allows for a significant lack of balance between the two. Having also taught in a public school system where I taught in an ESL, there was an ESL program in my school, we housed 45 different languages. Students thrive when they are provided collaborative education in those settings. I cannot tell you how many of my ESL students transitioned into my regular English classes and went on to go to incredibly challenging four-year colleges, go into the U.S. military, go into career paths, and become incredibly successful without needing to pull money out of public school systems in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the representative? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for being here. I heard you say that, was it ESL programs and special education programs are being defunded because of this program? I was just wondering, I hadn't seen any information on that.
It's not
I was wondering where your source of your information, I guess.
It's not specifically those programs. The more that we continue to pull money out of our public school system to send to private schools that have no requirements, and theoretically public charter schools that are actually run by private entities, the more that we continue to do that and pull the funds out of our public school system, the less funding there is available for ESL programs, for art programs, for physical education, for all the rest of the programs that our students need.
You have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, I'm not familiar with any private charter schools in New Hampshire.
They're public schools, but public charter schools, but the organizations that are getting the money are not necessarily public organizations. They are, there are several of them, and there are other people who probably can give you more accurate information than I can, but that are actually sponsored by private entities. There's a new one attempting to start in Exeter that's called the 1776 Foundation School, for example, which is theoretically a public charter, except that the curriculum is all being purchased at very high cost from a private organization.
Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being newer to this committee, I obviously have a lot to learn about the various distinctions. So when you bring up the distinction between public school versus a charter school, is the distinction, as I'm hearing it correctly, that the public school is government run versus the charter is private organization run?
Technically, charter schools are public schools as well. They're started, and again, I'm not the foremost expert. I know we've got experts in the room who will be able to answer this better than I can. But there are public schools that theoretically specialize in something, but students who go there, it takes money out of our public school, our town schools, for example, to go to those special schools.
Just a brief follow-up. So, but the distinction there is government run versus private run. Is that correct? Basically,
I don't believe they're necessarily private run, but they're run by I think by interest groups primarily.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I'm not an expert in
Further
that. So.
questions? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for joining us this morning and offering your testimony. And just a question: are you aware that 7 out of 10 of the lowest performing schools in New Hampshire are charter schools?
I am aware of that. I think it's yes.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Honorable Polly Campbell. Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Packy, yeah,
Packy, yeah.
a little bit of cursive training here.
Yeah, I went to a public school. I'm sorry. It was low performing and I struggled. I'm going to set my clock and try and do my 3 minutes, but I hope. First, my name is Packy Campbell, and I had the opportunity to sit where you guys are sitting for a number of years, 2 decades ago. And interestingly, the conversations, the dynamics, and the thought processes really haven't changed that much. The unions are out front protesting. One party saying one thing that's a little off skew, another party saying another thing. So I'm really here to hopefully touch your heart and touch your mind. I think it's time for a grand compromise to be made. This bill does a lot of good things by expanding the opportunities for children to be availed the adequate education grant. The adequate education grant that we're constitutionally and through lawsuits obligated to give students. That obligation is not just for students who are in a government-run school. That obligation is not just for students who attend a union-organized educational environment. I had the opportunity to sit on a subcommittee when I was on this thing. I had the opportunity to pass legislation that I sponsored. And that legislation is pretty much the education funding formula that you're dealing with today. We target aid to small communities. I'm from Farmington. We're a poor community, one of the lowest. And as a state representative, after I passed legislation in a bipartisan way, we got over $2 million more. And back then, our budget was about $14 million a year. It was significant. I want to support public education. Education is a great equalizer. But we have to realize that students are entitled to their adequate education grant, period. I tried to pass another bill with an adequate education grant where we understood that it was a constitutional obligation. Just follow the student wherever they went. It was just that simple. We missed passing the House by 1 vote. That was 20 years ago. And I'm happy that over the 20 years, we now have, education scholarship programs. We have this EFA program, and we have a mechanism under certain circumstances for the adequate education grant that the kids are entitled to follow them. I've also, since I was here, was involved in private schools. I'm the father of my children. I'm Catholic, involved in my faith, although probably a wretched sinner. I also had the opportunity this last year to start a nonprofit called Seton Foundation, and we started a private Catholic school after the Catholic school in our town closed. And that school closed because we fiscally discriminate against anyone other than a government-run, union-organized school environment. We fiscally discriminate. When I missed passing that bill by 1 vote, I walked out of the House and 2 reps in front of me said, "I'm glad we defeated that. The Catholics won't get our money." Now look, I'm not saying that we're horribly discriminated against, but it's still happening today. We need to have this bill passed because it'll give opportunities for people to come to Seton Academy. And guess what? We have children with IFPs. We have children with modified learning programs. We have children with second language. In our town, Rochester School District provides aid to us for any kids that have an IEP. That's current law. You should support this bill in widening those environments. And if you were ever going to make a change to this bill or kill it, just get rid of the 300%. It's blatantly illegal. My daughter and her husband have 1 child, so it's $65,000. They make just over that, and they pay $6,000 a year. And that's over 10% of their income. It's almost 20% of their income. And their income is probably at, $85,000 a year. They both work long hours and hard days, and they make that sacrifice. So these kids that are just starting out and they got a little 4-year-old that they want to provide a really good environment because they know they both didn't do well in the Farmington School District. That's all. They shouldn't have to choose such an extreme impact on their budget. It's these people just over the poverty level at 400 or 500% of the poverty level that you're hurting the most. So this bill expands opportunities for different groups, which I think makes sense. I don't think my daughter would fall into any of those groups. So I'll talk about the next bill next. But I'll wrap up with, please support this bill. Please, you know, for people on both sides of the alley, have lunch together, talk to each other, see if there's a grand compromise that you can make. See if you can get rid of the income limit and maybe have a little bit of that education funding grant stay in the public school. I'm not sitting here throwing rocks in the window at public schools. What I'm saying is my child and my children and future generations, because if you stay on the current cast and you don't do something, all these private schools are going to close. Just like the one that I was involved in for 20 years, it closed. And then there's no opportunity. So we got to support people to make choices so that there's market response for good educational environments. We had to get all the licensing, we had to get all the approvals. It's a fully licensed public school that I started. I don't like it when people say anything other than the truth.
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much. Are
Yeah.
there any questions from the committee? Representative Damon?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Could you please explain your last statement? How is your newly founded Catholic school a public school? I don't understand that.
Thank you very much for that question, because I think it's a lot of confusing. When we founded the school, we had to go to the Department of Education. We had to meet all of these requirements to open up what they do label a private school. But our school is open to the public. It's conducted in a public place. It's conducted in a public environment. We have a publicly open, available building. Anyone can come to our school. This is not an exclusive thing. And we get a lot of kids that are on this program. We have about 30 kids right now in our first year. We have 35 kids committed for next year. And I have a whole bunch of families that are just over that income limit that may qualify under this bill for some of the other expanded criteria, which I appreciate. But none of our stuff, we're not unlicensed, we're not meeting a standard. We follow all the rules and regulations that the Department of Education gave us, and we had to get approved and licensed to operate in the public as a school, just like a daycare, or just, we have a license to be an educational environment. And sometimes it's just like, oh, they don't follow all the rules. We do. And that's when I say public, that's exactly what I mean. What we don't have is union teachers and union aides. We don't have a union environment, but we have I think, a very talented staff. And, actually the teacher of the year in New Hampshire is in our school. It's a wonderful thing. We have a very good environment, and it's open to the public.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for my question. It just pertains to the level of education of the teachers. Are they all certified and licensed through the Department of Ed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. And regarding the school, Seton Academy,
Yep.
so it's designated a Catholic school. Do you know percentage-wise, because obviously in Catholic schools, being Catholic isn't a requirement. I'm just curious as to, do you know the percentage that are?
I would say anecdotally, because we don't ask that question, whether you're Catholic or not. But I can tell you of the kids that we have, I would say we're about 50-50, that it's a pretty balanced environment. My adopted grandson, for instance, is not Catholic, and his father's not Catholic, but they're in that environment. So I would say it's at least 50-50. It may actually be more kids are not Catholic, but we are a Catholic school, and we don't exempt kids out if we go to Mass. We have every school environment should have a moral compass. Every government-run school, and I'll say government-run instead of public because there's confusion on that definition, but every government-run school has a mission statement. They have a set of guidelines that you follow. They have a standard of conduct that they expect from their kids, as they should. We just have that same thing, and in our thing, we actualize our religious freedom to bring Jesus Christ into it and to bring a 2,000-year-old religious tradition into their lives that helps people have a framework that I think will guide them for the rest of their lives. I know it has for me. I went to public school until sophomore year, and then got in a little bit of trouble. They in the 80s, they would send you to Catholic school if you got in trouble. So I spent 3 years at St. Thomas and got to explore my faith a little bit more, and it changed the whole trajectory of my life. And that's the point, that every environment isn't a perfect fit for every student. So give these students the freedom they deserve. Give them the opportunity to have these other environments out there. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Honorable. A question regards your curriculum. Do your students in your school, do they take religious education? Is a curriculum in the curriculum? Do all students take that?
The religious education is immersed, meaning that we're authentically Catholic environment. So we don't separate it out and say, oh, in 5th period, you have religious education. That's not the way it works. We use Singapore math. We had a very detailed curriculum committee, a very detailed curriculum process, and we have a very good curriculum. I wasn't on the curriculum committee, but I will tell you that our Catholic moral values aren't separated out in math class, meaning that we don't say there was, 2 apostles met 2 apostles. How many apostles do you have? I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that that it's not it's not the right question to ask. We don't say we only study, like if you had a government run school and you had Weston Civ and you took Weston Civ 5th period, it's not like you take religion 5th period. Does that make sense?
Yes, I was asking if you had a specific instruction in your curriculum, but you're saying it's integrated through all your courses.
We have religious education curriculum, absolutely. So we might be studying the New Testament one day. We study a lot of Latin. We study a lot of different types of prayers. We do catechesis of the Good Shepherd is in the pre-K level. I can talk to you a little bit more about the curriculum.
Thank you. So it's in your curriculum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Yes, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You started off by indicating that the unions were protesting out front of this building. Which unions were you talking about?
I don't know which unions they belong to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah. I'd like to invite Mary Wilkie. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having me. I'm opposed to HB 464, and many of my reasons also apply to HB 367, and I thought I'd spare you having to hear me twice. So many of my comments aren't specifically about the exceptions that HB 464 is wanting to add, or the specific categories, but about the whole idea of expanding the program at this point. First of all, I'm wondering, what is the justification for expanding the program? Earlier this year, the Commissioner of Education said, quote, "It's exciting and encouraging to know that New Hampshire families now have the opportunity to determine the best educational pathways for their children." He was referring to the new numbers that had just come out from the EFA program. Yet, so he stressed that they now have a new opportunity to determine best educational pathways. But in fact, over the first 2 years of the program, only 694 students who were in public school left public school for this program. 86 or 87% of the students who took EFAs were already in private or home school without without needing public subsidies. So really, we spent $22.8 million to give 694 children choice. The other people already had choice. They'd already exercised choice. Also, I feel like this is pretty early to be expanding a program that's only been in existence for a year and a half. There are a lot of questions that are hard to answer. There hasn't been a lot of transparency about many different aspects of the program. For instance, I'd like to know why those 694 students did leave public school. What was their reason? And how are they doing now? Have their issues been addressed? What kind of academic progress has been made by all of the EFA students over the last year and a half? The bill sponsors want to give, this bill sponsors want to give EFA students, they want to give EFAs to so-called students at so-called low-performing schools without regard to income. But before they do that, shouldn't they determine whether the private schools that might educate these kids are better performing? How do we know? What data do we have on that? I'm not aware of any. Is the scholarship organization making appropriate determinations as to which expenses to reimburse? Has anybody else looked at that? Those are very difficult decisions to make. And I know that when the DOE's rules about this were in front of the JELCAR committee, the attorneys there felt that that was an awful lot of perhaps unlawful level of discretion to be giving to a private organization. The scholarship organization is paid 10%, up to 10% of every expense that it approves. I don't want to sound like I'm suggesting that anybody's doing anything nefarious, but somebody needs to be watching that other than the scholarship organization itself. It's public money. It's $22.8 million so far. And the commissioner has said that it's likely to double next year. Is the scholarship organization calculating its fees correctly? What safeguards are in place to prevent fraud by parents? I imagine there are some, but are they sufficient? Who knows? Has anybody assessed that? Why have only 6% of the EFAs gone to students with disabilities when 18% of the students in our state have disability, are special needs students? Why has EFA money gone so disproportionately to religious schools rather than secular schools? Have any EFA students given up their EFAs to return to public school, and if so, why? Have any EFA students been denied admission to any private schools, and if so, on what basis? Have any been expelled from private schools, and if so, why? These are just some questions that rattle off when you think about a program this big and you wonder who's watching it. Well, a legislative oversight committee was appointed to watch it. They were supposed to monitor implementation and report back. They met once to organize. They met a second time last March, and as far as the public record shows, they haven't met since. The statute required them to file a report by last November, but they didn't. And as far as I know, the only other oversight that's expected is an LBA report. They were supposed to be doing an audit sometime after next October, I believe. It hasn't happened yet. Nobody thought that, as I understand, the legislature didn't think it should happen earlier because there wasn't enough data. There won't be enough data until the program's been operating for a while. It hasn't happened yet. Why would you expand a program this big in any way, whether by adding categories, by changing the income level eligibility, without first having somebody outside the program actually assess how it's doing, whether it's actually doing a good job, or whether the students in it are doing better because they're in it, whether they're doing worse. We need to know the answers to these questions before a program like this should be expanded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Cascaden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wilt, for your testimony. In listening to all of this, I guess my question would be, and I don't know if you know where this data would be available, but I know that all students in a district have options to take a class, take a course, get into a CTE program, join a club, join an athletic team within the public school system, which is locally governed. But I just wonder if that data is available because that is funded locally. And an example is when I was a teacher in a middle school Catholic school, my husband was a public school science teacher, and my students in 7th and 8th grade walked over to the public school for science because Catholic school did not offer science. And I would just be curious as to how many students are accessing anything that the public school district offers, because in my 50 years experience, that is what happens. Kids like to be on athletic teams. You want kids to be social. Parents have always had school choice. And I think that's a great thing. I think they should have it. But those services that are offered in the public sector are offered to all students. And I wonder if you know where that data might be that shows students on scholarships and how many public or citywide or district-wide services do they access, even if it's just one class or one program or one team? Do you know if that's available?
Students who are taking EFAs, you mean?
Yes.
And I really don't know whether it's available or not. I just know that it feels to me like a lot of information is not available. And it may be available if somebody would go out and collect it, but I don't know. I had a few questions here and there about other data about the schools, and I contacted the Department of Education, and they said, "Oh, ask this, ask the scholarship organization." And I've sent some emails to the scholarship organization. I've gotten nothing back. I don't know where you get the information. I would think it would be public,
Right.
but I really don't know. And maybe it is public, and I just don't know. I don't want to sound like I'm no expert. I just don't know.
That would be a good thing.
It would be a good thing, and I agree that parents already have choice. 694 students took this. 50,000 were eligible. Parents are choosing. They're making choices. They're choosing public school by and large.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Representative.
I just want to thank you for taking my question. Good morning.
Good morning.
You made a comment. I just want some clarification. You said something about there's 694, which is about 13% of those who, and you said they're the only ones exercising choice, the ones that are going from public to private. So the other 87% are staying, but are they not exercising choice? Sometimes a choice can be to stay where they are, which is what this is allowing some struggling families to do.
I agree that those parents are exercising choice. I was referring to the commissioner's comment that now that we have this EFA program, families now have the opportunity to determine the best pathways for their children. Well, those 87% had already made that choice before we had an EFA program. So how did the AFA program give them the choice? They had it already. They'd already exercised the choice. And they didn't need public subsidy to do it, apparently. That's what I was referring to.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkie, for joining us this morning. It's been referred a couple times during testimony this morning that the commissioner has made several comments. One of the comments he made during close-up this past weekend was with respect to fraud in the EFA program, and the commissioner said that he's reviewed certain materials and is assured that there's no fraud in the program, as has been seen in other states. And I was wondering if you've had an opportunity to also review the materials that the commissioner is referring to.
I don't know what materials he is referring to. I noticed in the rules, for instance, that if parents use their EFAs to get computers and other technology and internet service, they can't. It has to be used 51% of the time for education, the educational needs of their child. I don't know I don't know how that's been monitored. I don't know if the commissioner has gone into homes and found, I don't know where's the information to find out if that's actually how it's being used.
I want to really get us back to the nature of this bill. When we're talking about the EFA and fraud, that has nothing to do with the additional categories which we're alluding to in this bill. So let's keep the questioning on target here, please. You have a follow-up?
A follow-up, please. Thank you. Is there anything in the bill here, which obviously is an amendment of the EFA statute 194F1, that would make you feel that that unlike in other states, New Hampshire has better protection against fraud?
I'm sorry, I'm not really sure what you're asking. Could you say that again?
So given the fact that the commissioner said that there has been fraud in other states and that there's none in New Hampshire, is there anything specific to this bill or the statute in New Hampshire that would lead you to believe that, yeah, there's something different here in New Hampshire?
Not from anything I've learned about other states' implementation of these programs compared to New Hampshire, so I haven't seen anything like.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just heard testimony that alluded to possible discrimination in EFA funding against disabled students, noting that while 18% of New Hampshire students have a disability, only 6% of EFA funding has gone to disabled students. But this bill on page 2, line 12, would appear to be designed specifically to remedy that by opening EFAs to all disabled students. Can you speak at all to that apparent dissonance there?
Well, I would think that parents of students with special needs are probably spread, I don't know if they're spread evenly throughout the income levels. I doubt that they're mostly wealthy. And so I would assume that if you're at 300% or below eligibility, it would still be that among that group, there are still 18% of students who have disabilities, and yet the program has only been serving 6%. So I don't know. That would be
A quick
my guess.
follow-up. We have a
Just a
number
quick
of
follow-up.
people
Just
still
do
signed
you
up.
have any source relating to that below 300% income threshold also has the same?
No, I don't.
Oh,
I
okay.
just, the only information I have is what, at statewide, how many.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you for taking my question, and thank you for being here testifying. With disabilities, the private schools and the non-public schools, are they required to follow IDA? For example, if a child needed a wheelchair or an elevator for that particular building, or special services, are they required to provide those?
It's my understanding that they're not, that parents give up the right to have an IEP, all the services that would be in an IEP provided.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite up Sharon Osborne. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am the director of Latitude Learning Resources, which is a homeschool learning center, a nonprofit center in Derry, New Hampshire. Our students are homeschoolers, and we have approximately 20% of our families that use the EFA program or a scholarship of some sort to take part in our programming. Among all of our students on a typical day, we have up to 40% who have some kind of neurodivergent learning or a disorder like anxiety or trauma. So we see quite a lot of students who are not neurotypical or do not have, I guess, typical family experiences or typical learning experiences. In a given week, we offer about 70 classes. Our ages are 4 to 18 for our students. For this bill, there are two classifications of that would expand offerings to the type of students that we have. The first is for disability, and as I mentioned, we have up to 40% of our students on a given day who would fall into that category. So the other one is because of bullying. We have quite a number of students who have left public schools because of bullying or because of not fitting in. We even have had bullying reported from teachers or administrators amongst our families. So I'm going to tell you about two of my students. One, his name is John. I'm going to call him John. That's not his actual name. He came to us and he had been in an auto accident when he was a boy, a young child. He was put in his public school, sent to a special classroom, and he was punished for symptoms of his accident that resulted from his accident. He came to us 2 years ago and could only participate for part of a day. At that point, he was a full homeschooler. Over the course of 2 years in our program, he was able to improve to the point where he was assisting teachers with their classes. Another student is on the autism spectrum. Her parents went to her local public school to try to get her special services and an IEP. She was denied. At our program, because we're small and nimble, we are able to take care of her needs, no problem. So our program has met the needs of a lot of the students who were, I guess, in consideration for this bill. So I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman. Just one, just some clarity here. On your homeschool association, right, that's you said you're chairman of the homeschool association, and you're saying that your students come to you, so is there a structure, a brick and mortar structure where they go?
Yes, we have a facility in Derry.
Okay, so it's not really a homeschool, it's a private school.
It's not a school. We cannot call ourselves a school according to state regulation. We're a learning center.
Okay, so you're just a place where people come.
Exactly. So to explain our program, just for clarification, families sign up for 1 to 4 days per week for their students to attend classes for a full day. The students choose 4 classes per day, and because they are homeschoolers, their parents are in charge of their learning program. They just come to us as a supplement for their homeschool learning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You've mentioned that 20% use EFAs currently. With this bill, how would you see that changing?
I am not sure how it would change because we are at capacity for our program. I'm imagining that other programs like Latitude Learning would emerge if there are more students in need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Cascadden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the work that you do to submit and provide support to those individual students. My question is, and you mentioned bullying is prevalent, and as you know, and sometimes a problem in a lot of places. But based on that, is your learning center required to complete a school safety data report that other schools have to submit to the state? It talks about safety of students, suspensions, bullying incidents.
We are not a school, so we do not have to.
So as a learning center or an EFA, no, EFAs are individual, correct?
They are individual, yes.
Got it.
But we are an approved vendor for the EFA program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Osborne, for being here. We've heard testimony about non-public schools and discrimination, specifically, I think, in relation to children with special needs. Does your learning center discriminate in any way?
Absolutely not. We do our best to accommodate the needs of families when they come to us.
Thank you. Representative Luno, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Do you collect data on bullying and other student discipline issues?
So within our center, we have our own metrics that we use. We do our own reporting, but we are not required to submit our reporting to any state agency, as we are not a school.
Follow-up?
Yes.
Well, is it possible to share that reporting with the committee?
I would be happy to speak with you on an individual basis, but I do not want to reveal any data from our families, as they're active families, and we have a very small center, so I don't want to discriminate against those families.
Yes, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious, when you say do you have the opportunity for them to come 1 to 4 days, how many students would be in your facility at one time, and how many students do you serve as a whole?
Thank you for the question. So we have over 100 students come during the week, and on any given day, we have between 40 and 60 students. So some students come for 1 day a week, some come for 4 days a week. It's totally dependent on what the family is willing and wanting to do.
So,
yes.
Just a quick follow-up. So when you have those 40 students in the center at one time, what is your ratio of instructor or parent to student at that time?
It varies depending on the age of the kid, but I'm trying to do a quick calculation in my head. Our largest class is 20 students, and we have 2 teachers in that class, plus we have backup teachers and staff who are able to help out. Some of our classes have as few as 3 students.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. As an approved EFA vendor, do all of the staff at your school have criminal checks done before they work there?
So We background check anyone who is not a parent. Parents who teach are generally known entities with us who have been with us for a long time, who are part of our original group. But anybody who comes from the outside, absolutely, they go through a background check.
Follow up?
Parents who are teaching in your school do not have a background check, but they are teaching in your school.
Yes, with their kids there at the same time.
Thank you.
Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, your program is not so much a school in a traditional sense as it is a center where parents can bring their children to homeschool them collectively in an environment that becomes more efficient. Is that sort of a correct way to put it?
You could say it's efficiency, but I don't think that's the reason why most parents come. I think they want their children there for social opportunities, for learning in areas that the kids might have an interest that they're not capable of teaching at home, or because some kids prefer social opportunities or social learning. So efficiency does come into it, but that's not the primary motivation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Ellison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that you do background checks. Is this the same process that the public school uses to background check teachers? And if not, what is the process for background checking somebody in your school?
I am not familiar with what the public schools use, but we use a national organization to do our background check. So it's a state and national check.
Follow up?
Yes.
Could you provide the committee with some information on that organization that's involved in doing background checks?
Yes, the name of the organization just changed and I can't remember the new name, but after I'm more than happy to.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Nancy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Wendy, is Santiago?
Santiago.
Okay.
So, all right, just introduction, my name is Wendy Santiago. I am a mother of one child. I am a graduate student of clinical mental health. So finding school for my son has always been difficult because instead of being on an autistic spectrum, he's on a gifted spectrum, and he's very gifted. I say finding a school for him was very difficult because unfortunately New Hampshire doesn't offer an accelerated programs for children that are accelerated. So I did homeschool him for quite a little, up to third grade. I did choose to send him to a public school here in New Hampshire, mainly for social skills and for other skills that I thought would be necessary for him. During that time in that school, he entered at third grade after being called to the office saying that we're having educational issues with your child because he just completed almost 2 months worth of work in a week because he's accelerated. He was put in a fifth grade classroom. He was doing absolutely wonderful until mid-school, where he became bullied, physically abused, to the point we had to go to the hospital. He couldn't walk for a little bit, emotionally scarred, scared to go to school, concerned that the threats of one child to bring a gun was very real to him. It was to the point where I had to make an escape plan for him that if he ever felt scared, that he had every right to go over to Casa, which was located on the same property. With the escalating concerns and the non-responsive of the school staff, whether they tried or not, it didn't solve the issue. I had to pull him from that school. I didn't know where to bring my son except to re-homeschool him at home, which I did. And that is when I found out about Children's Scholarship Fund prior to the EFA, where now he's successfully at a private school here in Concord.
his testing scores have skyrocketed. He's in 8th grade currently, but since his 3rd grade and currently where he's at, he's been able to succeed. The school has a 0 bullying tolerance. The school has suspended students for bullying. It doesn't, you're just suspended. It doesn't happen in this school. It's not tolerated. When I say that his testing scores have rocketed, his NEWA testing as well as his Iowa testing both suggest the same. He is at a 10th plus grade level, 13 plus in multiple of those levels. He is above, he's in a 8th and a half, 9th grade math level, which is all above his level. He had the opportunity to go to high school this year if he wanted to, but I allowed him to make his own educational choice, and he chose to stay at the school that he's at. And I think that's important to understand that bullying has a huge aspect on how children learn. And when you're talking about vulnerable children that come from backgrounds that we have in this House bill, it only makes it very difficult for those children to learn or be accepted. Sorry to cry, but it's a very real thing. It's hard when a child comes home and has significant bursitis and a knee because a child decided to throw him to the ground, ripping his clothes, embarrassing him, taunting him, harassing him, choosing him out to harass him. I mean, we have state laws that are against that. And if I recall correctly, it's RSA 466 that talks about harassment. Unfortunately, when I go and I ask for help under that law for my child, somehow he's exempt from that. When I go to the school, it's somehow okay for this to be happening. So without the help from EFA and without the help from Children's Scholarship Fund, my son would continue to be at home and not being able to accelerate to who he is today. And I'm very proud to say, because of the less stress that he has at school, not only can he focus on his current schoolwork, but he's also currently a student pilot. And he's very proud of that. And he can only give thanks to all the yeses that you've given positively to these programs. And I ask that you continue to say yes to help other students to move forward and out of these abusive situations and into a situation that they can learn and excel. These are our children's this is our next future. These are people who are going to be sitting in your chairs, making decisions. And I think it's going to be very difficult for children to rise up and work or go into any other field after school if they're continued to sit in a situation of abuse and neglect from our school districts in regards to bullying. And I'm not saying all do, but this particular school my son went to was. I'm sorry to be emotional,
Thank you
but
very
this
much,
is,
Wendy.
yeah.
Appreciate it. Are there questions? Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. It's very moving. And so are you saying that if we were to pass this bill, it will increase the physical safety of our students because it allows them to have that choice to, if they are bullied, which is one of the categories this bill would expand to, they have the opportunity to be in a safer environment?
I'm saying that bullying is not prejudiced against certain income levels. All income levels have children that have been bullied. And I feel that if we can raise this to a higher income level, that then those other children that right now are not in that income level can have that same opportunity of having a safe education.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes.
I'd like to invite Michael O'Brien. I have a phone call that's busting, so I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael O'Brien. I'm with Party Strategies here on behalf of AFT New Hampshire. Deb Howes, the president of AFT New Hampshire, cannot be here today, so I'll do my best not to embarrass the organization, as I say at this table.
I'm going to not read, she sent in testimony. I will not read it to you as you can read it yourselves. I just want to hit a couple of points that we think are important. While looking at voucher EFA programs, whichever one we want to call them, and looking at outcomes, which someone who spoke at this table before talked about not knowing the outcomes in this state of how these students are doing once they take the EFA. There have been studies that have been done that talk about outcomes for students who take vouchers throughout the country. So I'm going to highlight just a few of them here. In 2008, the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago said that the best research to date finds relatively small achievement gains for voucher students, most of which are not statistically different than zero. A 2016 study of an Ohio private school program, which is targeted to students from well-performing schools who are economically disadvantaged, conducted by one of the foremost conservative think tanks, the Thomas Ford Institute, and funded by the pro-voucher Walton Foundation, found voucher students have fared worse academically compared to closely matched peers attending public schools. A 2018 longitudinal study of the Indiana Scholarship Program found that low-income students who switched from public to private school using a voucher in the 2011-2012 school year experienced worsening math achievement throughout their time using the vouchers compared to students who remained in public schools. And a 2019 study in Louisiana voucher program found that after 4 years, voucher students performed noticeably worse on state assessments than their public school counterparts. And same in a 2017 DC evaluation. Representative Lyon introduced this bill, said something that we actually agree on together, which is that our schools, I can't remember if she said, she referred to my cash, maybe not cash trap, but that was the sort of the point of she was making. We should be funding our public schools. Public dollars should be funding our public schools so that students who have IEPs or other problems, and I'm a father of 4 with my second child who is neurodivergent. I understand that this is a real thing. Should be funding them so that they can work with all students. That's what public schools are set for. And these studies have shown that they already do better than the voucher counterparts when given voucher program money. So that's really the highlight that I wanted to do here. I'll leave it at that because she did say more. Again, you can read her letter, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Dry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Did I hear you correctly that you said the 2008 study was the best research to date? And will we get information on these studies?
I think, and if not, I will have her attach. I think in her email she attached all the studies to the testimony.
Right, so the first part of my question was, did you say the 2008? That was one of my questions.
In 2008, they said their best research to date. So, and then there were more studies that happened later than that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You provided some evidence from outside of state based on outcomes, looking at the academic differences between public school students versus voucher or private school students. But are there also not other measures of outcome besides solely looking at standardized academic testing? And further, who is in a better position to judge those outcomes? Is it us sitting here in a room in Concord, or is it parents?
Well, I mean, I think, as a parent, you're hopefully sitting down with your kid and talking to them and seeing what they're learning every day and, experiencing that with them. I think that's really important. And I'm not going to sit here and say that standardized tests are the best way to judge academics, but they are a way to judge academics. And I think we should use all the tools that we have, and that's one of them, right? So
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to invite up Sarah Scott. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony here today. My name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Director of Grassroots Operations with Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. And on behalf of Americans for Prosperity New Hampshire and our activists all across the state, we ask that you support House Bill 464 to expand eligibility for the Education Freedom Accounts program. I don't want to repeat too much of the testimony that's already been given here today, But since the Education Freedom Accounts program was launched in 2021, we've seen over 3,000 students who have taken advantage of that, this opportunity to really find an education that best fits them. Unfortunately, this opportunity doesn't exist still for thousands of students across the state, and this could really be a life-changing opportunity for some of these specific at-risk categories of students, like those in foster care, English language learners, the bullied students, children of military families. And these categories are already vulnerable populations, and we should really be giving them every opportunity we can to succeed. In kind of looking at this bill, I did some research on some other states that have passed similar programs. A lot of other states have specifically outlined these categories as eligible for education freedom accounts. So I looked at kind of some of the reasons that these parents have opted for this. And in, I think the state was Arizona, they were one of the first states to offer it to these specific categories. And specifically looking at some of the students with disabilities. And one of the stories that I was reading was actually a parent who was explaining that her child was getting great services with their local public school. They enjoyed the teachers, they liked the program. The only issue they had was that her child's peak learning hours were from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. It seems like a very small window adjustment. You know, most kids are going to be in school from 8 o'clock onwards, but her student learned best from 6 to 9. And unfortunately, the public school couldn't accommodate that. We can't always open the school for just one child at that early hour. So she was looking to take an EFA specifically for that case. So I think a lot of times we think that if a student is taking an EFA, they must have an issue with the current public school. Sometimes that issue might just be timing. And I think there are a lot of instances like this that we can't really accommodate for every child. So we need to be making sure that we're giving the opportunity for these families to find the option that does work for them. So I know this is just a couple of very specific categories, but I think it's really important to give these students the option to find an education that best fits them, and make sure that we're not in Concord here saying that a one-size-fits-all system is what works, but really giving it to the parents and the students to decide what works best for them. So I know you guys are running a little long here, so I'll just wrap it up by saying that we ask that you support this legislation.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there any questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Brian Hawkins. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Brian Hawkins. I'm here representing NEA New Hampshire today, and like Mr. O'Brien, I'll be handing in a letter from our President Megan so that you'll, but I'll just speak to that and summarize that. We're here in opposition to House Bill 464 and later on the subsequent bill because this would greatly increase the amount of funds directed toward our school voucher program by expanding the eligibility of the program. And the bill appears to do so by eliminating the income eligibility among a variety of categories of students. So a few overarching concerns about expanding the program generally. First, we believe that school vouchers undermine the state's commitment to public education by diverting scarce resources, as was referenced in earlier testimony, away from our community schools. These are the ones that we all invest in, the ones that serve the vast majority of our students, and whose funding model is one that we still have to fix. We still have to work on that. And we feel that that ought to be the priority for the legislature first before we are expanding a program that we're still unsure of what expanding that program means, both for student outcomes and for the costs of the state. As was mentioned earlier, there have been a number of recent studies that private school vouchers do not improve academic achievement, and we have no indication of that here in New Hampshire. So I have not seen any studies about the program here, only the ones that were referenced in other states. And when I hand in the testimony, we have citations for all of those studies so that you can look at it. They include studies from Louisiana, Indiana, Ohio, which demonstrated that those experiences actually produce worse academic outcomes from their peers. So I'm not saying that New Hampshire has that, but we ought to be looking at that before we go ahead and expand this program. Also, some other studies from longer standing programs like the District of Columbia and others. Thirdly, the EFA program that we have does not hold to the high accountability and standards our public schools do. We have rigorous academic standards, which we've been talking about in other committees, and those standards are carried out and held to account by locally elected school boards. Not the case with the program that we're talking about expanding today. And specifically to the point about the expanded groups, our concern is that they are not going to receive the necessary services that they would otherwise receive in our public schools. Some of our small rural property poor communities, these schools rely very heavily on state funding, and we have not adopted a separate revenue source for this program. And we are committing more money to it with this bill and the subsequent bill that you'll hear later on this morning. So many of us who, whether you support or oppose EFAs, agree we need to do more for districts like these, and that we're not diverting precious funds away from the schools that need it most. Just a couple of quick references from some earlier. And again, this is in our written testimony, so I won't read it. But the current EFA program does require students with disabilities to sign away their IDEA rights, and so that's in the law. There's also with respect to bullying, that our law only applies to public schools, and so that there are not remedies for families under a private school setting. And then I think I'll just close with one financial note. I know we're in the policy committee, so the department put forward. This is our understanding is that this is the proposal that the department has put forward. I believe this is what they brought to the governor's budget request hearings, and so and in those requests, you have a program that has gone from estimated being just several $100,000 in the first year to now a request of over nearly $30 million a year. And so it's unclear. I don't know whether the department will be testifying, but one question I think the committee ought to ask of the department is, are those requests accommodating the policy proposals in this bill? Or are they just to maintain the current projections they have under the law as it is? I think that's an important item for the legislature to understand before they act on this bill. I have further comments about 367, but I'll leave those to my written testimony. Yeah. I'll close there. Thank you.
Representative Cordelia, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for being here. You mentioned diverting money from public schools. Can you identify any public schools that have not gotten the money that were promised to them according to state law?
Sure. Maybe I should clarify. So when I say diverted money, I think we've heard about a lot of needs that our schools have, not only at the hearing today, but I think in every hearing you have in this committee. And so we feel that it would be important to direct those public resources to those needs first before we are expanding a program like this. So I hope that clarifies it.
Follow-up question.
Yes, thank you. So really, you're not talking about diverting money. You're talking about the need for a new education funding formula. Am I correct?
I guess diverting in the sense that, you know, our education trust fund was meant to support a public school, our public schools, and that with the law the way it's structured right now, that is also supporting the EFA program without any additional revenue sources, and so that is what I'm referring to when I'm saying that resources and funds are being diverted. Thank you for the question.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Do you know any public school in New Hampshire who's not fully funded in special education at this point because of the funding?
I hear this is an issue that I think we hear quite frequently, that special education costs, whether it is from the federal government or the state government, is not, the support could be much greater in order to carry out the mission.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Lakis.
It's my understanding thank you for taking my question, that from various testimony that we've heard, that part of the issue with special needs and providers is that there just aren't enough. And that schools, even though they may have the funds, are not finding the providers. And so I'm wondering how disallowing students or parents to try to find those providers on their own, which maybe they have to drive 2.5 hours to, how that is harming the public schools who can't take their kids maybe 2.5 hours.
Thank you for the question. I think that goes to the point about the state could be doing a far more significant. Sorry, I'm also looking past the speaker here. In terms of supporting our schools overall, I mean, we've talked a little bit about the staffing shortages in schools, and that's significant. Whether it's teachers to paraprofessionals, some of the folks who are really key to carrying out IEP programs. It is hard to. And one of the keys to that, I think, in finding the limited amount of staff we have, is having additional programs that not only help feed the pipeline of people who can take those roles, but also additional funds so that schools have greater flexibility in increasing their wages. And I think that's where we ought to be looking at, rather than an additional $30 million a year out of the trust fund to fund the program we're talking about today. You're welcome.
And one last question, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to try to get to the heart of the issue a little bit, and speaking to the concern about public funds being directed to perhaps non-public education. Obviously, we live in a multicultural society, and I guess my question is: should we be looking to allow one part of that culture, perhaps a politically dominant part of that culture, to have a monopoly on public funds going to them? Or should we be trying to meet the needs of all sort of multifaceted cultural groups by allowing public funds to flow in ways that meet their more specific needs?
Yeah. I think that it is important we meet the needs of our students. That's obviously number one. And I think what we have, through some of the points I was making earlier about funding, I don't think we've necessarily realized all of that, because we could be doing a better job of funding the community schools that we have, the ones that we all have a say in, whether we're parents or not parents. We have a say in what that curriculum looks like. We have a say in who are the elected officials that manage that program. And I feel that that's not the case with the program that we're talking about here, especially when we're using public dollars.
Thank you very much. We have one more person to testify. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you.
Have a good morning. Louise Spencer.
Good morning to Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I understand that there was, my name's Louise Spencer, and I'm co-founder of the Kent Street Coalition, which is an all-volunteer grassroots organization. I understand that there was testimony today that the teachers' unions had organized a protest outside. And I just wanted to clarify about that point. Although it would make sense that teachers would be outside in support of public education, they're mostly in the classrooms today. So the folks standing outside were primarily from the Kent Street Coalition, and just they're members of the community who are concerned about our public schools and making them the strongest.
Can you speak to the bill?
Yes, well, I was just speaking, we were standing outside opposing the bill, HB 464, and its companion bill. And I also just wanted to speak to the testimony provided, which was very moving, about a child being bullied in the schools, and that in support of the bill HB 464. That should not have been anywhere at any time in any school, public or private, in our state. And I would ask the committee, instead of diverting public funds to private schools, which in fact this bill, these bills do, that the attention would be better spent on addressing the issue of bullying and solving that, to make sure that no child is ever in a position in a school where they're thrown to the ground or they're not able to learn because the school is an unsafe environment. So please take up that issue and spend the time instead on that, instead of making it harder for our public schools to do the job that they're there to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for not seeing? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see anybody here. There's been no pink cards put forward. So I'm going to close this hearing at this time. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we start up the next hearing. we're going ahead now with the next hearing, which we have on the docket for this morning. It's HB 367. This is relative to eligibility of students in the Education Freedom Account program. And I'd like to welcome Representative Lekis, who is the prime sponsor of this bill.
Thank you. For the record, Alicia Lekis, Hillsborough 38, Hudson and Litchfield. And
we'll get the card.
I will give you the card. I always forget if I'm introducing the bill, I need the card too. Sorry. So how did this bill come to be?
It just came. Okay.
When we were working on the EFAs, I remember talking to so many parents who were so excited that finally they were going to have the money, the means to provide for their kids the education that they felt that their kids weren't currently getting and that they needed. And they were very excited. And then when the EFA became finalized and the 300% cap was put on it, which wasn't originally in there, it was originally every child, we're supposed to be educating every child, as a previous speaker had mentioned. The money that the state provides is supposed to provide education for every child in the state. And so here, so the idea in the EFAs is it was to go to every child in the state. And then the cap got put on. And there were parents who were very disappointed to find they were just above that cap. And still, and this is what I heard, this is sort of a paraphrase of what I heard from lots of different parents in their own words, but it was basically, once again, the government takes and takes from us and doesn't give anything back. We're the ones that always suffer, and that's the middle class. They pay the most taxes of anybody, whether it's federal, whether it's their property taxes, whatever. They end up paying the most taxes total, and they're the ones that always get left behind. If you don't make enough money, there's scholarships, there's programs, the individual schools have scholarships, there's scholarship programs, there's all kinds of things available. And if you have money, you can just pay for it. The people who get hurt all the time are the middle class. They pay, they pay, they pay. They support everybody else. And when it comes to them and their kids, they can't afford to send their kids to that private school. They can't afford to pay for that special needs teacher who's the specialist 2.5 hours away. They pay their taxes. There was one parent who said to me, "What are my kids, garbage?" She was very upset. She was listening to the testimony. I think it was Senate testimony at the time. And the person was going on and on about our private school kid, our public school kids. And she's like, my kids don't fit into the public school. What about them? Do they not count? Are they not people? Are they not deserving of an education too? I pay my taxes, she said. Why can't my kids have the same opportunity of education just because they're not going to the public school? Why are they being singled out? She was very upset. So I thought, well, let's at least, as you know, I have another bill to get rid of the cap because I believe that every child is entitled to that state money, as according to the Supreme Court, however many years ago that was. But I thought at least let's reach out to those middle income people who can't afford the education and don't get the scholarships. So I was trying to figure out what is that number. And at first I was, and I asked various people from the state and various other people, what is that number? And at first I was told 600%. And then there was a deep dive into, well, they thought 550% would probably reach all the parents, middle income parents who couldn't afford to send their kids to school. Well, I know that people are all upset about paying for middle income people and paying for non-public school people. And so I dropped it to 500%. I was being conservative compared to what I was told. It would actually, to try to encompass that middle income group
of parents and students in our state. So that's basically what this is about, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Representative Lekes? Representative Luna, Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I think we clarified earlier this morning that the current 300% is around $80,000. 500% would take that cap up to what?
I don't remember exactly at the moment because they're changing what those numbers are. I had calculated at one point it was like 111. But my understanding is the federal government is changing numbers and whatever, so I'm not sure. It's
No, I think it is published.
yeah. Well, I haven't done the current calculation
So,
based on the current
If I
numbers.
may,
but-
Mr. DePaulo, I think, and we had the same bill last year.
Mhm.
And I think when we were dealing with it last year, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was about moves it to about $140,000. Is that, do you remember that?
No, I remember 111.
No, it's.
But I could-
Let me clarify for you.
Please.
It's $111,000 for 400% of a family.
Oh, for 400%,
If you're
okay.
going to a family of five, if you do some really quick math, and I'm just trying to do it myself, it's $137,000 roughly.
138,750.
Okay,
Yeah,
138, okay.
And my point to that is this is based on the federal poverty level, which the area we live in is pretty expensive, and the southern tier of our state is very expensive. And compared to the south, it's like twice as much to live. I know people who moved from here to there and they're paying half as much now in rent. They buy, the houses cost half as much, et cetera. So I'm saying that our average cost of living here is a lot higher. And so going by the federal poverty level, that's a nationwide average, and we are at near the top of that average. And so, that is not taking into consideration the expenses that people actually have to pay here. And especially with the housing, whatever you want to call it, the increase in housing costs, I think those, again, the middle income are hard hit by that because those are the neighborhoods that went up most in value and pricing, because that's where people are really trying to move to. And there were bidding wars over houses. So, and I know rents have gone up for those who are renting. So it's not unreasonable that we're paying more. I mean, that we should be paying more or giving more here, especially, as I said, in the southern tier of the state. I know it's very expensive, and that includes Manchester. It's very expensive to live. And so basing it on the national poverty level, I think is kind of artificial to begin with.
Thank you. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. My concern, this is related to my question, my concern with having a cap at all is that it could encourage people to earn less in order to go below that cap. So I don't know how that would pertain. How does this bill relate to that issue?
Well, as I said, I would prefer no cap, but we have a cap. And so to that end, I'm trying to at least capture some of those people who are paying their taxes, who are working hard, who want the same opportunities for their kids, and they just can't make it. And yes, any cap is going to have that waterfall cliff effect. I'm trying to push that out to be able to get as many as parents who really can't afford to send their kids to whatever it is their kids need. And I'll tell you, a home school family.
Can we have another question here so we can, move on a little bit here? We need a
Sure.
Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Woodcock, yeah, I thought I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you for taking my question, reciprocating from yesterday. The initial EFA bill was put in, if I recall the language, I don't have my law book here to flip through, by the way.
We will get you A yellow one, how about that?
Thank you.
That's the old one.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, the old book that we don't have here for the new people, in that particular EFA, the intent was to provide options for students from parents who made under the 300% poverty level. Is that correct?
Actually, when the EFA started and when it first came before our committee, there was no cap.
Okay, but I mean the law that went in.
The law that went in was a compromise
Yeah.
and put on a cap, and because of the cap, we are seeing parents and kids being harmed. This bill is to try to remedy that.
The Representative Ladd had indicated that the 500% that you put in is 138, according to the New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you.
138. The median income, upper median income in New Hampshire, 2022 was 83,000. That's $55,000 difference between the median income and the 500%. And I would suggest to you that Conway, the median income, because they have it broken down by town, Conway median income is 57.6. So when you're saying that this bill is going to 500% poverty level, and we're now up 138,000, that's clearly not what the bill was intended for to start with, the bill in law. So I'm just trying to figure out how your bill aligns with the intent of the law to help low-income families. You're talking about an income of $138,000, which is $55,000 more than the median income.
Well, at the time when I came up with that number, the median income was 100. That's where I think the 111 is hitting my brain. That was the median in the state average. Somebody
400%. 111 is 400%. Representative Ladd's correct.
So 400% would hit the median income.
No, median
At the time.
83,000. No, been there.
Where are you getting the median
New
for a
Hampshire-
family of four?
The New Hampshire 2022 census.
Oh, we'll see, and I came up with the numbers prior to this.
So, anyhow,
Prior to the
my point
22
is- my
census.
point is the bill- my question is,
I will stick with when the EFA was come up with, when it first hit, when we tried to get it passed, there was no cap because it was not intended as just for low income. That got changed. That's what went in law. I'm trying to head back towards the initial priority, which was all kids in the state, not just lower income, because lower income have other options. Middle income do not. Thank you.
Further questions?
No.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that we're hearing obviously concerns that money would be flowing to wealthy families who can afford it, and we can have that ideological discussion another time. So my question to you is, in a time when you go to the grocery store, and you might be paying $10 a dozen for eggs, is $140,000 a year for a family wealthy, or do you think that's middle class?
That was my point. That, according to the people that I talked to at the state and various people, 600% would encompass all of the middle class. And so I was being conservative with 500%. And with the way prices are going up now, no, we're not talking wealthy. We're talking, trying to get the middle income people, the people who cannot pay for these special. And as an example, a family has a number of dyslexic children. And what they were doing before, because as we know, there are very few, the resources are slim and there are only certain specialists around in a lot of schools. Yeah, they have them, and yeah, the kid has an IEP, but no, they're not getting the services because they're not available. She found somebody who was quite a drive away, but she could only afford to take the oldest kid twice a year. That was all she could afford. Her family does just barely meet the EFA requirements. All the kids are being able to get their needs met, and each one has slightly different learning disabilities, and the specialist has been able to address each of the kids, and she can go more than once a year, and all the
all of the kids, excuse me, are actually getting the services that they need, which they could not before the EFA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. I'm struggling with the penmanship, the cursive here on this, and
That must be me.
it says cities on the bottom, representing cities. Is it CARISA or CUROW? Grow? Oh, okay. Okay. You got it. Sarah Scott. Great manuscript.
It's not cursive. Sorry about that.
I see that.
Long time since I've been here. So very similar topic, talking about education freedom accounts again and the eligibility for that. So as I said before, my name is Sarah Scott, and I'm the Director of Grassroots Operations with Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire, and we are here in support of this bill. So this legislation is really to continue expanding the program so that every child in New Hampshire can have access to the education that best fits them. We've heard a lot of positive stories coming out of the current Education Freedom Accounts program of families who are now able to access an education that they couldn't before. We're seeing kids that are happier, succeeding more in school academically. And I know we don't have enough time to really collect a lot of data on this yet, but the initial stories coming out of it seem overwhelmingly positive. But in all of this, there have been a lot of sad stories as well. There have been a lot of stories that I've heard from parents who say, I know you've been involved in this legislation. What is 300%? What does that mean? And when you explain it to them, they go through the numbers and they have come to me and said, I'm over that. So what are my options? And the tough thing is there aren't options. If you can't figure out how to make it work in your current budget, your option is your current status quo. The toughest story that I think I heard, I just wanted to highlight here, was from a mom of 4 kids. And she said, you know, unlike a lot of families whose income dropped during COVID, hers actually went up. It was going to be a temporary increase in income. It wasn't something she expected over the long run. So she knew that she would be back down to her current income the next year. But that temporary boost in income actually put her over the limit by, I know it was under $1,000. I think it might have been under $800. Such a small amount. And when you're looking at the sacrifice that these kids are then going to have to make, they have to wait another year in an education system that isn't meeting their needs, whether they were being bullied, whether they were unable to get the resources that they needed for their education, or whether they just fit better in a different learning environment. A year for a child is a really long time, and we shouldn't be penalizing kids for the fact that their parents made $800 too much to get the option to find a better education. And this isn't just a one-off story. There are a lot of families like this who don't meet that 300%, but they're by no means the rich and the wealthy. There are a lot of families who are looking for other options and just trying to find the best education for their child. And I think we need to be making sure that we're empowering all Granite State families to find what works best for their family. So I just wanted to close by saying that we ask you to support this legislation and continue allowing these families to find options.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luna.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Scott. You had mentioned about the success stories, and that I think you had said there's approximately 3,000 students in the EFA program right now. Can you tell me how many were in their attending their public school full-time the year before they did the EFA?
I believe from the Department of Education that number is 27%, but I could be off by 1% or 2%.
Okay.
But I believe it's 27%.
Okay, thank you. So to your testimony, most of these students, north of 70% were already attending either private school or homeschool and had exercised some choice prior to receiving taxpayer funds.
Thank you for the question. So yes, they were, but those sacrifices for a lot of families weren't sustainable. There were a lot of families, especially during COVID, who either for concerns about the learning environment for their child or for health concerns, made really significant sacrifices to take their kids to a different education option, and a lot of times those weren't sustainable. So during COVID, some parents were able to work from home and home educate their children, but that wasn't really going to be an option moving forward. So I think that those numbers are not necessarily reflective of the kids that would have typically been in a public education or kids that would otherwise be able to afford that.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you very much. I'd like to invite up David Trumbull. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'm a citizen of Ware, and I come as representing myself here. I'm opposed to this bill because I believe that the funding mechanism is not appropriate. I don't think it's legal. I ran for state rep this fall. I did not win, which is why I'm sitting here today, though. But in doing this, I did research onto this bill, and I looked up the Education Trust Fund. And as you know, it says clearly that the fund shall not be used for any purpose other than adequate education grants to school districts and charter schools. I looked up the legislative history of that bill. It is a 150-page document that was written 20 years ago, a bipartisan and bicameral report, House and Senate alike, and a distinguished group of people from the community. They looked at in this bill entirely funds going to solve the problem of the property-rich towns and the property-poor towns. There is not a single mention of giving money to parents or to private schools. The money has to go to the school districts for the town schools and charter schools under that law. Taking the money from it for this purpose, even if it's a worthy purpose, even if every testimony you've heard today is true, it's outside of the purposes of the original law. There's a fiduciary duty to manage a trust fund, and that is the legislator's duty. We have violated that trust because that money should be returned to the trust fund so that the children in Claremont and Franklin and Ware and Pittsfield and Rochester and Allenstown and all the towns that don't have enough property tax base, they should be getting the money from the Education Trust Fund so that their schools and their charter schools are adequately funded. If we want to do this additional funding, it should be funded through its own funding source. And then if it's going to be something where the sponsor said every child has a right to this money from the state, then they're basically being a state actor, and all these private schools should then be required to meet the requirements of the state that puts on a public school. For instance, RSA 193:38, which says no person shall be subject to discrimination in public schools. If we're going to solve problems in public schools by basically having private actors become public schools, then they should be forced to also comply with these rules of no discrimination. The last thing I want to say is I've heard the commissioner say this bill will save schools money. That doesn't make any sense, because if you have towns, poor property towns, that have 5 or 10% of their children go off to these private schools, they're going to be getting less money from the state, but they still have fixed expenses. Those fixed expenses don't go away. So the operating money that will be available for the remaining students will be less per student. The rich towns can make that up. They can go back and raise their local property taxes and provide a super education for their children. But the gap between the have-nots and the haves in this state will be widened by this bill if you don't restore the money back to the trust fund where it was originally intended. The Supreme Court looked at this Constitution 20 years ago and all those Claremont decisions and said, this money should be going to the property poor towns. We as a state have a duty to do that. We have not done that, and that's why we have all these problems that we're dealing with today. We got to go back to the beginning, fix that problem first, and this can be a secondary approach, but we have ignored the original problem. That's my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Honorable Packy Campbell.
Thank you, Representative. And I'm glad that my name is spelled better, or maybe just had a good memory. So I'm Packy Campbell, and still former rep here in House Education, and I do support this bill. And I'd like to clarify things because I was heavily involved, oddly enough, in the bill that is education funding. And what we're talking about is the adequate education grant. And the state has an obligation to provide that to students who are receiving an adequate education. Parents have a compulsory obligation to make sure their kids are receiving an adequate education. So the institution that I helped start provides an adequate education for about 30 students right now. That's what we do. It's a public service that we provide so that parents can check the box that their kids are receiving an adequate education. The bill before you limits their ability to get that adequate education grant unless they make less than 500% of the poverty level. I support this bill. I think that's a good compromise bill. Yes, I too would rather see no limit, because I think you have a fundamental, and I will say to you that when I put in things like average members in residence is how you determine the amount of the adequate education grant, the funding going to a town like Farmington. But when you get the grant as a school district, it's in attendance. So you live in a town, your town gets you counted in your education funding money. But money goes only if you attend that school. And that was with purpose and import. And I'd like to say, oh, gee, I had this 20-year vision. I'll be back in 20 years to have this argument. Or maybe it took me 20 years to clearly see what the law really says. The law says we have an obligation to provide funding of X amount, set in biennium every 2 years. And by the way, it's pretty much the same as what it was 20 years ago. We kind of just set it at that $3,700 level every biennium. It hasn't increased in the last 20 years. And I think that's a problem, but that's not what this bill is about. But what this bill is about is for adequate educational services that we provide, that parents should get that money because they're fulfilling that obligation. So if you really want to look at what you have a constitutional issue here. You know, people say, oh, is it illegal or illegal? Here I am, similarly situated. I have a student, myself, I'm over the income limit, and he attends a school and gets a private education. But because I'm over an income limit, my student doesn't get the adequate education grant. So although as a parent and as a student, we're just the same getting an adequate education as anybody else. That book that they hand out to you when you get sworn in has some stuff in it. And I'm not a constitutional expert nor thumper, but basically you're entitled to be treated equally under the law. If you have an income limit, people similarly situated are not being treated equally. So when I said earlier, I want to challenge your mind, I want to challenge your heart. I want you to at least be open to the possibility of doing something that's right, doing something that's constitutional, doing something that makes our society fair and equal. I should not, because I have a bigger wallet than the next guy, say that my religious freedom and my choices are dependent only upon the size of my wallet. That's not what our Constitution says. I have a right to choice and religious freedom regardless of how much money I have. And when people say to me, oh, you can exercise that right as long as you have money to pay for it, that's fundamentally flawed. The adequate education grant should go to the institution that's providing the adequate education. And right now under law, the mechanism to do that is the EFA account. Because if it was to a public or a government-run school, it would go to the town, and then the town sends it to the school district. But since we don't have a big town that represents all these different homeschoolers or charter schools or all those different opportunities to get the adequate education grant, the law provides for a scholarship organization to manage those funds and have an account for those kids. And those accounts get distributed just like education funding gets distributed 4 times a year and comes to our institution. Most of our kids are getting that grant, which, by the way, our tuition is $6,000. The grant doesn't cover the whole $6,000. Those people are still contributing. They're still doing stuff. So you have this fundamentally thing about not treating people equally. So I don't want the whole community to blow up on it. Like I made the comment about unions. I apologize. Didn't mean to be inflammatory. But I do want you to consider this. The other way you could fix it, if you're going to have an income limit, whether it's 300% or 500%, okay. Put it on public schools. I'm a rich guy. Why shouldn't I pay the $3,700 for my kid to attend Farmington High School? I make more than 300% of the poverty level. And then at least it's treating everybody the same. So I think you have to do one or two things. And what I'd like this committee to consider doing, and whether there's an appetite for subcommittees for these 2 bills, I'd be happy to see if there's a compromise that can be made. And I do believe there's a compromise to be made because I've done it. We can do it. We can work together. It's possible. You don't know what's going on in my head up here. I have things that you will love. The other thing that you can do is if you're going to deal with this issue and you're going to admit that there's a constitutional issue because you're treating people similarly situated differently, and that's what we're doing, then send it to the opinion of the justices. Because both sides of these arguments, I mean, my goodness, we have a committee that pretty much we know how people are voting. I was on the committee. I knew I could count noses before we even had the hearing. And I certainly think we could do that today. So let's send it to the opinion of the justices. Let's ask them that question. Because one side believes adamantly it's wrong and shouldn't be done, and the law says only government schools, and the other side, or at least me, I don't know, I can't speak for the side, says that it can be done. They're getting an adequate education, just like Catholic Charities gets government money for providing social service programs. Schools, whether religious or otherwise, or homeschoolers, if they're providing that adequate education, they should get the grant. That's as simple as I can put it. This bill at least brings it for people like my daughter and my son-in-law who make about $90,000 a year. They'd be right on the cusp of that 400%, and I wouldn't want it to be that close. So I think 500% encapsulates these young kids making $22 an hour, making a sacrifice of $6,000 a year to send their kid to a school. And there's all kinds of families doing that. And if we had, we're built to have 60 students, and I do believe that we would get to 60 students if you lift the income limit or you lifted it to 500. And then if we had that number of students and the people paying, we could meet our budget. Because right now, you know where our budget comes from, right here. And I don't mind doing it. But I ain't going to do it forever. I can't afford to do it forever. I'm not that rich of a guy. But I didn't want to see no Catholic education in the Tri-City area, in the Rochester region, because we're closing schools left and right, and we got to stop closing schools by stop discriminating against who gets their adequate education grant. That money belongs to the parent and the student, and that's what the state law says. We have an obligation to fund an adequate education. Quickly, Chairman, Dover, we passed education funding and we had a stopgap. It meant that if your funding targeted aid went up more than 20% in 1 year, you couldn't get the rest of the money. We had to put that in for a compromise and education funding, right? Dover sued and said, wait a minute, we have more than that, we have the students. Dover won that lawsuit because they were adequately educating more students, so their money they should have got extended the cap. So we already have court cases that say, if you're educating the student, you get the grant. And I think they should. Again, I support government-run schools. I support all education in New Hampshire. I just think if we have a robust community of opportunities, our educational level at the secondary level can be just as good as our educational level at the college level. The college level in the United States is very robust, very effective, best in the world. The secondary level, we're right down with third world countries, or not at the top. There's a problem with the structure of how we do it. We shouldn't have 90+% of our kids in the government-run school and only a small percentage in private other schools that they choose. I think if that was more balanced, 50-50, where do we want to be in 20 years? That's what I'm asking you. Having looked at where we are 20 years later, I think that's the question we should all be searching our souls and saying, instead of worried about this, oh gosh, it's public, it's mine, where do we want to be in 20 years? And I hope that, thank you all. I know I'm passionate about this. So thank you for your service, all of you. I really
Thank you very
appreciate it.
much. Are there questions from the committee? Not seeing. Thank you very much. Kate West?
Hello, I'm Kate West. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. I'm here in opposition to this bill. I believe that we don't often apply this same logic to other public programs and community services, and I think it is a dangerous precedent to set. If I came to you and told you that I didn't think the fire department served my family well because we live in a more rural area and I don't trust that the fire department is going to come in an emergency for me, I would like you to use public funds for me to put a sprinkler system into my home. You might say, well, how about we look at what the issue is with the fire department and try and solve that problem, right? If I told you the police department, same thing. I want a private security system in my home. I want you to divert tax dollars so that I can protect my home in the way that is best for my family. That's not how we do public programs and community efforts. We sit together and we say, why is this failing you? How can we make sure that this service does not fail you? This is how I feel about our public school system. I do not disagree with folks that say, my student is being left behind and underserved, and I would like the public school system to be held accountable for that. I disagree with the idea that diverting funds away from our public schools and putting that effort into private systems is going to help solve that problem in our public schools. I think that our public schools need more community support and to be invested in further in order to close those gaps, in order to make sure that the students that go to public schools, every student gets the education that they deserve. Another issue that I continue to hear is the definition of an adequate education. And as was stated earlier, our public schools are held to specific standards on what that definition is, that private schools are not held to those same standards. So in essence, using tax dollars to provide a private education that is not under the same standards, there's no way to say, hey, this really is an adequate education if we're not holding folks to those same standards as our public schools. So instead of diverting funds away and giving that money to private citizens to use as they see fit in order to provide education for their children, I would like to see us work with our public schools and make sure that they are adequately funded and have the programs that they need in order to serve all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand in the same manner that you're understanding the point that you made about public services and how this is not how we typically administer a public service. Because when I think of police or fire, I think of if you call the police because somebody's broken into your home, the state, being the police, comes to your home and they provide an individualized service on that occasion. They don't arrest you because that's just standard practice. When you call the fire department, they come to your home. They don't, if you have your house on fire, they don't put a ladder up to take a cat out of a tree. They provide an individualized service to you at your home. So I'm trying to understand the manner in which this is so divergent from those other public programs.
Again, because if I were to tell you, oh, I live on a hill in a rural community, so it's my belief that the fire department won't be able to get to my home in time. I don't trust that service is adequately serving me. I would like to instead use public funds to have a private solution and put a sprinkler system in my home so I don't have to be dependent on that public service. That is a problem.
Okay.
That public service should be serving that home in a rural community that's 20 minutes away. We should find a solution to make sure that that fire does get put out, rather than saying, you know what, we hear you, so here's some money for you to solve that problem on your own. As a community, we should be solving problems together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions, Representative Tanner?
Thank you for taking my question. Just as a follow-up on that, does your fire department, your police department, in your particular community, do they go through a budget review, an accountability review every year, and then send a warrant article or an article to the town?
I think where we are now, when we're talking about police and fire here, I see what you're trying to parallel, but let's talk about this bill, please, and the 500% increasing it to the 500 from the 300. That's where we need to go.
Okay, I'll ask a question on that. Do you see that raising this or even providing the initial funds for the education freedom accounts has the kind of accountability by elected officials, both academically and fiscally, as other public services have?
No.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Kate Baker, Demers.
So much to unpack today. I'm Kate Baker Demers. I'm the Executive Director of Children's Scholarship Fund, and I was dismayed, though, this morning to hear that you've had hours of presentations from the Department of Education, but they haven't given you any of those types of reports, the fiscal reports, the vendor reports, the expense reports. We've been reporting to them quarterly, so I did decide that I'm going to create our own annual report, and I'll bring that to you. I don't know how long it will take me to put all the stuff together that we've been reporting to the Department of Ed, but my apologies that you didn't receive a full presentation with all of those pieces of information. A lot of the questions that people asked today would have been answered in advance. And so my apologies for that. What I would like to address, though, is the actual data around this 500% of the poverty line. 334 children applied for the education freedom accounts that were over the income limit by $10,000. So they would fit into this group. Less than about 95 of them were less than 10,000 over the limit. So they've got, that's your people that were either $1 over or $10,000 over. 172 children would fall into the bucket of $1 over to $20,000 over. So that's the group of people that you're looking at. You're looking at about a few hundred children that you would add. I also brought the guidelines with me. It's funny that I'm chuckling to myself that I'm the only one that brought the guidelines. So I can make a copy of it for you if you want, you guys, or I can just read it to you. In essence, most of the people that this would impact are your single parent with one child. So the income limit for the single parent with one child at 300% of the poverty line is $54,000. And so it's those single parents that are making $60,000 who tend to struggle with any kind of realizing any kind of different opportunity for themselves because they just don't have the disposable income to do it. And so it seems like increasing the income limits to 500% would impact mostly those people that are one parent, one child, because that's where the income limit is quite low. So the difference between that single parent with one child at 300% is $54,930. That would raise it really all the way up to, and I'm getting a little old, so you have to excuse me, $91,500. And so that does capture a big group of those single parents who otherwise are excluded from the program. Those are the ones that hurt my heart a little bit, that I wish I could help, that I can't. And so I think this does that. The other thing to consider is, I'll just tell you one of these income stories. A young little boy with autism, he was having outbursts. He was, in essence, dangerous to the people around him in the school. He lives with his grandparents because of the opioid crisis. His grandmother was concerned if in the school he kept being a discipline problem and having these violent outbursts that he would endanger the people around him. She pulled him out with one of our scholarships and moved him to a Montessori school where he was less stimulated because he worked independently using those Montessori materials. After 3 years of doing Montessori, he was more well-adjusted and wasn't having any more of those violent outbursts. Again, lives with his grandparents. They got a roof leak on their little house, and the grandfather is a tradesperson. He went out and did work to make money to fix the roof, and that put them over the income limits. That's why in the Education Freedom Account, they said that once you're in the program, you stay in the program. And I know we could debate that, all day, whether we like that or not. But the reason that they did that was this type of scenario where this family went over the income limits for one period of time and then went back down to the income limits. I know some of you may like this program in this room and some of you may not like the program. I do see it as part of the public education system, that it is public education and infrastructure. And in that way, I agree with some of the testimony that we've heard today that the income limits don't necessarily make sense, right? Again, when I go to the door of the public school, they don't say, are you 300% of the poverty line? I agree with the testimony that it's the adequate education money should be for all the children in the state, particularly since the Claremont rulings and those Supreme Court rulings. So I would love to answer questions about this. I understand that many of you have questions about how the Education Freedom Account operates, what the families have been doing, their test scores. All of that information is available at the DOE, and I'm pledging to you to build you a package that answers all of those questions. So I'm happy to answer questions about this instead of that. And if you would just allow me the time to get that to you, I would appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much, Kate.
You're welcome.
Questions from the committee, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Burris, for being here.
I'm happy to see you, Representative Myler, in person. I'm glad you're well.
I thank you for your commitment to provide that information.
My pleasure.
Because frankly, the transparency of this program is
I thought you would have a presentation from the DOE because again, I consider us part of the public education system.
Right.
I thought you would have had our presentation already, and I'm not gonna, say maybe they intended to do it still to come and we just didn't get ahead of it. And so, yeah, I'll definitely get you all the stuff. I
Okay,
mean,
great.
it's
That-
quarterly
great.
reports we send them, so it's pretty easy to, put it together. It might not be beautiful, but I'll do my best to get that, maybe give me a month or so to build something for you guys. But
Thank you.
all the questions that were asked today were quite simple to answer. So
My question.
Okay, great.
Thank you for your
My pleasure.
pending report. The question is that my understanding and as we've dealt with this on this committee is that the original intent of the EFA program was to provide funding for underserved and impoverished parents. This program, notwithstanding your comments about the gap that this would provide,
sure,
this does go beyond. Would you agree that does go beyond the original intent of the program?
So the original bill didn't have income limits. I think the original bill on this Education Freedom Account is to allow every child access to that adequate education or meet our constitutional obligation to provide every child the opportunity for an adequate education. I think what you might be feeling, Representative Myler, is my personal intent, in fact, is to help low-income families and kids that are bullied or that need a different alternative. And so when I talk to you about it, in my mind, that's why I do the work personally, is to help low-income kids and kids that possibly don't fit or need to go to the Montessori school for a little while or something like that. And so I don't want to conflate the two. I think the scholarship program's intent is what you're describing, but I think the Education Freedom Account was along the lines of ensuring that every child has access to their adequate education grant. Since it's per pupil funding, I think that was the intent of the Education Freedom Account.
Follow up, please.
Yes.
I do believe that Senate Bill 193.
So now you're going back to 2018.
Exactly
Okay,
right,
gotcha.
Which
Yeah.
was the original.
Yeah.
When it was first brought forward
Yeah.
by the Senate. I do believe it did have an income.
I think the first one was for special needs kids. Representative Cordelli wants to answer your question, I think.
We can answer that later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bouncing
way
back
back
to the
machine.
education tax credit stuff, and let's not go there right now, please.
Okay, fair enough. But I think the first education savings account bill may have had income limits.
Thank you.
I don't remember exactly, but.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and thank you for offering to do this report. I think it will be very enlightening.
Totally.
I'm wondering.
There'll be things in it you don't like, though, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure.
There'll be things you like and you don't like, but
Right.
I'm happy, I'm fine with that.
Right.
Yeah, sure.
I'm wondering if now that this program is off and running and you've got you've got a number of people taking part of it, and that the scholarship fund gets the 10% cut, that perhaps have you considered using some of that money, which you may not use because the initial startup now is already gone, to give out special scholarships or grants to these particularly difficult situations where there's a child with autism that doesn't fit into a regular school system, somewhere on that line, to use that rather than expand the income level?
I love your question because you understand my intent, Representative Tanner, which I really appreciate about you. I raise money right now for kids that don't meet the income limits. The challenge is, remember, they're both hard ceilings. And so if a family doesn't meet the income limits, we can't help them at all. We would have to raise that money. And I can do that sometimes, but again, when you go around just raising money, people only give you a certain amount, right? So I'll always run out of that money regardless. But I do appreciate your question and the fact that you understand that my intent is really to help kids that need something, you know, a bullied kid or whatnot. So thank you so much for the question. And I'll keep raising money forever and helping as many kids as I can for as long as I can, without question. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Demers, for taking the question. We've heard this morning that there's about 3,000-ish students.
32, 22
Okay,
right
32.
now. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
32,
welcome.
22.
That was January
students, and
1
I'll
quarterly.
continue with my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that approximately 75% of those students were not attending public schools prior to taking the voucher.
So I have that data
and
exactly.
let me continue with my
You want
question,
it? Okay.
please. So 75% of those students were not attending public schools and having no expense to New Hampshire taxpayers. 25% approximately were attending their public schools and receiving an adequate education. I was wondering where these students are today, if you can tell us of the 3,200 approximately students, how many are now, and I'm talking about EFA students, are now either attending private schools, public schools, or are in a homeschool environment?
So I'm going to do it from a general because I don't have that memorized in my head. I'm pretty good, Representative Luno. But I want to address your first question first. The first part of the question, where is, to me, every child in the state is a liability to the state. Okay, they're all kids that could at
Wasn't
any.
the first, I only had one part to the question.
Oh.
And it was of the 3,200 students, where are they?
Yes.
Where are they now?
So about half of the children are choosing a brick and mortar building school. And then about half of them are multi-providers, meaning they're using more than one building or an online school and or a tutor. And I can remember one example. There's a child taking 2 AP classes in a public high school, 2 classes at an online school, and tutoring for another school. And they break down about 50-50. About half the kids are in one provider that looks like a brick and mortar building in New Hampshire, and about half the kids are using many providers for one child. So they might look like you might think of them as an educated at home child, but they might be in a public school, an online school, and a private school, and using a tutor. Does that help? Okay, great. And that's the stuff that you'll get when I give you an annual report, which I wish you already had that information in front of you.
The last several questions we've had are dealing with the
Right,
program.
more off
And
topic.
They're
I'm
good
sorry.
questions,
Yeah.
but they're off the topic of this, but they are good questions which the committee would like to see.
Yes,
The
fair enough.
administrative cost at 10%.
Yeah.
That from Representative
Great,
Tanner.
and there
were
was
now-
Representative Tanner.
Yeah.
So if we use less administrative money, I get to give more money to kids. So it would increase the grants. And so I absolutely want to do that.
Yeah. So those are some of the things which we want to look at in terms of that, in the use issue that Representative Luno just looked at. But let's keep the rest of the questions here on target, please, dealing with this.
This 500% of the poverty line or below.
Yes.
Yeah.
Representative Woodcock, was your hand up?
Yes, it was, Chairman Ladd. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question, and good to see you again this year. And I appreciate the fact that you're willing to at least present the work that DOE has yet to present.
I love talking about my work.
On either of these bills, considering they're major DOE bills, and they aren't here to speak to the bill, which I find sad. And that being said, my question is, in the earlier bill, and I'm only referencing that to get to, because you may have the answer, because DOE isn't here. In the earlier bill, they indicated that in the governor's projected budget, he had $30 million in the account. And the question that was raised was that in anticipation of this bill being passed, or was that to cover the current expenses of this, or do you know that answer? So
I don't
yes or
know
no?
the answer.
Okay, thank
No.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Further questions, Representative, pardon me?
Lake and Dry.
Yeah, Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Earlier today, earlier in your testimony, you referenced the family unit of a single parent with one child that was accessing the program. I was just wondering, because you brought it up as perhaps the situation being most beneficial to the limit raised here.
Yeah.
Can you give an idea of how many family in that unit?
Yes. So of the 334 children that applied, there were 90, sorry, hold on, where's my eyesight? There were 95 of them that were less than $10,000 within the gap. So a small group, not very many kids. Yeah.
Further questions?
But I do think every kid matters, of course, right? Yeah.
Representative Dry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Can you address the idea that the educational trust fund was meant only for public schools?
I really can't.
Okay.
No, I know our whole education spending in the state is $3 billion. I know this is a really tiny part of it. I know that that the money moves from the general fund, that's really all general fund money, that the SWEP stays in the towns. But beyond that, you that's kind of the limits of my knowledge of the funding mechanism at the state level.
Thank you.
I know it's a funding mechanism. Yeah.
Further questions? Representative Lekis, you cannot ask questions. Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
My pleasure.
So in your example, and I'm sure there are others like this, of the student taking 2 AP courses and some online and something else.
Yeah.
Is there any money from the EFA grant or funding that student has going back to the public school for the services the public school is providing?
Yes, they're billing the families for the classes and courses that they're taking in most cases. Some of them are letting the families do some things like sports because they're local taxpayers, so I've heard both. Some families are paying the schools and they're billing them. Some schools are allowing families to do things because they're local taxpayers. When you have the expenses, you'll see some of the public schools and what they're receiving. Like, for example, there's a student full-time at Bath Village School, and there's a student full-time at Souhegan High School, and there's a student full-time at Souhegan Middle School. Amherst Middle School is the name of it. Souhegan's the high school. But some families are choosing other public schools full-time, and some of them are choosing classes and courses, and the public schools have signed up as providers and are billing them. Because they wouldn't otherwise, right? Well, they're getting the adequacy because remember the EFA has the step down. So they still get the adequacy in the first year in 100% because they're paid a year in arrears. Then they get 50%, then they get 25% when a kid chooses the Education Freedom account. But then we're also paying them. Yeah, so they're getting it twice, really.
Follow-up?
Is this fun?
Of course.
We're having fun now.
So it sounds like it's at the discretion of the school district.
So I think they should bill
for the funding.
I think they should bill, yes.
But there's
all the
no
schools.
regulation. Is that correct? It's not required.
I don't know. I think it should be maybe required because the dual enrollment law for homeschoolers really doesn't apply to these students because remember, they're not homeschoolers anymore. There's a separate part of the compulsory attendance law. They become an Education Freedom Account student. I think the districts locally have the discretion of whether they want to do it or not. But again, now you're in the public school law realm, and I just don't have enough information to answer the question. But I think the families seem happy to pay it if the public school is billing them for a class or course, or if they're choosing an out-of-district school, then they're billing them the tuition amount. You know, like for example, the tuition to go to Souhegan High School was $25,000. And the family was using the Education Freedom account and a scholarship to pay for it both. And so I think they, in most cases, will bill the families unless they are thinking about this perhaps dual enrollment law, but I don't know enough about it to really, the school administrators know more. They're the ones that have been telling me what the families should pay and then giving the families the
I think what we
documentation
need
to
to
put
do
in.
right now, we're getting way into the
Way
nature
off,
of
sorry, but
EFAs.
this is fun
Off
stuff,
track
though,
here. I'm going to allow one more. I have another person who wants to speak here today too. And look at the clock, folks. We're going to go right through without lunch. Representative Tanner.
I'll keep it short. So I'm wondering how you come up with income levels, whether it's earned income,
Okay.
because we don't
Good
have
question. That's a great
we don't have an income tax here, so
That's a
the
great
government
question.
doesn't take that.
Yeah.
So how do you do?
The same as the federal free and reduced lunch, it's household income. So it's not only your W-2 income that you earn, it's also if you have food stamps, or you have housing subsidy, or you have child support, or you have social security income. So household income is everyone in the household. And to be honest, that's married or not, the way they look at that. So we're collecting all that documentation from a whole household to come up with this income. And that's the same way that the federal government says to do the free and reduced lunch program.
Thank you. I'm going to close the questions to, no, we're going to close the questions right now. If you have a question to ask it after the.
We could take one more.
Yeah, no, we're not going to go there. Thank you very much, Kate.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thanks for having me
We have a
today.
representative waiting to speak, Maria Perez. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Maria Perez. I'm a state representative for District 43 in Milford. I'm here in opposition of this bill. As someone who went to a private school growing up, my parents never take advantage of any taxes. My parents never asked for any help. It was their decision to send me to private school. It was their money paying for a private school. We never take money away from the public school. For me, this is taking money with students that they really need the public education. I keep hearing, this is great, this is for underrepresented students. Believe me, I'm part of one of those underrepresented communities. And I don't see these voucher bills or anything like this is helping my community. I want to know how many of these private schools or any of this identity that they say and that they providing amazing education for students that coming from underrepresented communities. They care about students where English is a second language. I want to know how many of these private schools that have a program that can help students with different religion beliefs. I want to know if these private schools, they can tell us what programs that there are in public school for kids with special needs they can provide them. I want to know how many of these private schools they're not really taking students because they are either disabled or they're coming from underrepresented communities. They are afraid to people coming from communities with violence is, is in their communities. None of these people saying, exactly how the money is being used. How many of these students that they went and took the money for their voucher money, that parents decided that private school wasn't their thing, and they sent the kids back to the public school. So they took the money from the voucher, now the kids going back to the public school. But that funding is not there for the public school. In my own district in Milford, our public school, they have a lot of projects that they need to be done. But the school don't have the funding. We have students that they can't even get lunches. But we keep taking money away from the public school when the public school should be funded. We need to remind ourselves that a lot of kids don't qualify for going to these private schools. Let the parents who have enough money to send the kids to private school, send them to private school. But do not use my taxpayers' money, the people in my community, to pay for your private school because that's what you want to do. And a lot of the speakers here, I heard them that they either represented private schools or they're representing someone or the group that is taking advantage of this. Let's be honest. Listen to the parents who cannot afford it to send the kids to private schools. Listen to the teachers. They have to spend their own money to buy things that they need for their kids in the public school. Enough is enough. We give enough money away already. It's time for us to give it back to the public school and stop taking away from the public school. Kids deserve to have public education, and teachers deserve to have what they need to teach these kids. Thank you for your time, and I will take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. We've just heard, I think, strong insinuation that some programs or some schools that are involved with education freedom accounts may be discriminating against English as a second language learners or against minority students. And I'd just like to ask, do you have any evidence or data, either anecdotal or data, that would support that?
With all my respect, I didn't insinuate that. I say I would love to see information. I would love to see a report. What exactly that they doing to really work for the people underrepresented? Because I heard them saying that this freedom account is to work with the underrepresented community. That's why I would love to see a report exactly what are they doing for people, for the underrepresented communities and people who English or other issues is, is a secondary necessity. I would love to see that. And that's what I'm asking for.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to close this hearing, and we're going to break for lunch. And we will pick up the rest of the docket today when we come back at the scheduled time, 1 o'clock. Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Kate is undermining Frank. And we got,
They should have been.
Thank you very much. I do have a pink card up there on the table somewhere. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, Grafton 5. I'm here today to introduce 365 relative to statewide facility condition assessment for school buildings. This bill is one of three, which one will be going directly to finance. The other two we're going to have in committee here. The ultimate goal of this committee, we will be looking at the entire process for school building aid, from the application process and all procedures associated with it, right through the awarding of grants. So we have another bill coming, it's 452. It's not this bill, but this comes out of the same section of law as all the others. So the intent of this bill was to then support the 10-year plan, which we currently have, and I'll explain that in a moment, but it's in the same section of law as others. So this might be something that we incorporate into the other bill too, if we're going to do a healthy, good study on school building aid this year. This may be something which we merge several bills together. So with it, I'll go ahead and start. As it says right there in the paper, the purpose of the bill, it's in support of the 10-year school facilities plan. We, in the last session, put forward legislation where, like, we have a 10-year plan for building highways and roads and bridges. We're looking at the same issue here associated with our school facilities. We have a number of buildings which are in need of help, and I'll get into the specifics on that in a little bit here. But going on through that top part, districts are encouraged to submit projected long-range capital needs to include the identification of school renovation and construction goals, associated projected expenditures, and procedures to accomplish stated needs. The purpose of the whole thing is so that the State Department, or the Department of Education and the State Board of Education, including the legislature, which has to appropriate dollars in support of school building aid each biennium, and we have the 2 years which we support currently about $50 million, of which you heard the other day over at DOE, that we're actually funding half of that for new renovation, or renovation and new construction. The rest is going out to pay our debt, what we call the tail. And we're going to have the tail gone in the year 2040. So when we finish the last payment on that $540 million the state was in debt for back 10 years ago, or actually 12 years ago. And as a result of that debt, we've just come out of a 10-year moratorium, which has actually just compounded our school building aid program as far as the school districts are concerned, with buildings that are just hard to maintain and keep up. There's an underlying portion at the top of the paper I just handed out to you. I thought it would be interesting for you to see how this whole project, school building aid, was seen back in 1847. The success of our whole system depends as much on a thorough reform in the construction and care of schoolhouses as upon any other single circumstance whatever. The Commissioner of Common Schools for the state of New Hampshire, and a presentation to the legislature back in June 1847. Hadn't changed much. I consider school buildings as really a fourth leg of the stool in terms of our ensuring that we're providing an education which is necessary for kids to meet, or students to meet the post-secondary needs or get on the career pathways. And without good school buildings, we're not going to have the facilities to do some of the things which we need to do to stay up where we are with our workforce demands. Going down and jumping, I'll come back to the School Building Aid Authority, School Authority, in a minute when I explain what that organization is and what it does. Why is there a need for school building aid? Look at some of the bullets that we have there. Evidence. 50% of our school buildings in New Hampshire are over 60 years old. 6% were built prior to 1900. 26% built prior to 1950. 7 schools are over 68 years old, have not had a major renovation in more than 50 years, a major renovation. So we're talking about in some of those schools, which they may have corrected with ESSER monies, HVAC. You've been in schools where you hear the radiators, they're banging and clunking away as they're exchanging air going outside. And we have to change the filters in those because they're all independent and run alone. And teachers oftentimes will put, I did as a teacher, kids' clothes were wet after recess. You put them, all you're smelling in the classroom is mittens and gloves and hats and coats that are wet. Going on down here, 196 schools, 60% originally built 50 plus years ago. 15% of schools are using portable classrooms. We have several of those which we're using up in Haverhill, where I am right now, where we have preschool program in and a library in it. And so we have portable classrooms. They're not the most ideal situation for instruction. Numerous HVA systems, when this was compiled a couple years back, perhaps some of that has been changed now with the ESSER money, but as rated by administrators when they're looking at systems, at best they were fair, most were poor, and many were in need of replacement. We've gone through, as I said before, a 10-year building aid moratorium. New construction and renovation projects funds minimal due to state debt tail. Okay, so in order to address these issues, we came out of the moratorium several years back, and we were able, with $18 million, to fund 3 small projects. Didn't go very far. It did help Rumney. It did help Haverhill and several others, but that was about the extent of it. Education and learning associated with school facilities. Why are school facilities important? Let's look at it right here. Students in poor buildings needing significant renovations or upgrades perform less well than students in functional buildings. I think you could identify that, Represent Cascadon, with the elementary school you had up there in Berlin. Research indicates a student in poor buildings score 5 to 10 percentile points below students in functional facilities. There is a correlation, there is a relationship where if you don't have a chemistry lab, if you don't have proper facilities for special education, if you don't have the conference room space, you can go on with all this list. If the classrooms are old and don't have the needs, the technology within, you are not going to be able to compete against some of the newer schools which have all that inclusive and modern media centers, etc. Research indicates that student in poor buildings score 5 to 10 percentile points below students in functional facilities. Difference in achievement scores can be as high as 17 percentile points. Older buildings, here's some of the concerns we're dealing with. Control of thermal environment. Control the environment. You can go into places, you find it steaming hot in one room, you go next door, it's like Thule, Greenland, and cold. Acceptable lighting. We're trying to teach, we should be trying to teach manuscript at least in schools. And you go in an elementary classroom, and how many times is a kid seeing their shadow on the paper? It's inappropriate. It's very difficult for many, many students. And what we're trying to do is counter that with the type of lighting we put in. But if you mix and max lighting, you can have worse conditions, as a study in Vermont netted us just 10 years ago, than by just leaving them alone. Acoustical control. How many times can you hear what's going on in the classroom right beside you? Or how can you hear the band practicing in what was once in a classroom and is bouncing all through the school? Functional equipment in the rooms themselves. Lab space, appropriate space, nurses, science, cafeteria, storage, gym, conference room, special ed. I was just listening to a couple last night. I could go on, and that list could be a running list of functional spaces necessary. To compound the issue, most of the older schools and those in poor conditions are located in areas of greater poverty. In other words, we've had some schools that built during the moratorium period, but they came from communities which they could fund their own bonds. They could do it. The poorer communities couldn't do it, so you're left with these buildings. The reason why Rumney got their upgrade for elementary school here 2 years ago, you couldn't even get in the building if you were in a wheelchair. You had to go up 4 steps to get into the building. It was built up higher. You couldn't access the second floor. There's no elevator. So they had to ensure all the middle school classes were down lower, and where the kids were rotating between classrooms, And I don't know how John Ann did it, but she's a wonderful principal and she managed it, but they did get that grant. There's a strong link between school building aid and the delivery of an adequate education. There's a link. We've seen that, and Representative Myler saw that when he chaired the commission for the task force for funding. And I did a research paper on that as well. And we do know that if you look at the 13 cities in this state, 2 are basically close to that proficient. The others are not. And so they are communities which cannot raise some of that dollars, Manchester being one. So there's a number of schools which don't have the ability to raise the dollars necessary, and the fiscal capacity disparity aid has not done what it should do, and that contributes to our achievement in the schools. Aspects of the current building application and procedures that need consideration. Now we're getting down this 10-year plan. Why do we have a 10-year plan or need a 10-year plan? I don't have the numbers in front of me, but we looked the other day over at DOE or right here with Amy Clark, who gave us a presentation on those 17 schools that have applied for building aid construction. And we've received over $500 and some odd million in requests. The state's share, 30 to 60%, would be somewhere around $200 million. So there's an order which we have to do when we get those rank order sheets to the State Board of Education. There's a process which we've gone through as a state to determine which ones have the highest need. And they did that evidently with the schools which are receiving it or proposed to receive it in this biennium. Rochester, then came Colebrook, and then came Monadnock Elementary Schools. But below that, you see Concord coming on with a project that's $70 million worth. Now, if we're funding schools at $50 million, we're not ever going to get near the need to help Concord out. Or some of these other high schools, which are now going well over 3 digits in terms of millions of dollars. So we developed, and we're trying to get a handle on this with the 10-year plan, which we had several years ago. We're trying to get a better handle so we can prioritize and plan where we're going. The idea back then, I believe the bill was, if I'm correct, it was HB 214, I believe. At that point in time, we were trying to develop a process in which we could send engineers, policy people, architects out on teams to inspect all our facilities. And so we would be inspecting all these facilities based upon the same criteria these engineers and policy people would be doing. It cleared out this body unanimously. It got to House Finance and it went downhill fast. The reason why is that we were looking at how we were going to fund that, and working with DOE, we determined it was going to cost approximately $3.3 million for these teams to go out and give us this information back. We were going to take approximately $1.3 million of that from the Public School Infrastructure Fund, which was carryover. It's monies which we don't lose. So we would have had that, and we had appropriated another $2 million, which we were going to use for electric buses, and which we have not used for that. We were going to use it for this team, and we would have gone out and done that. However, that $2 million now and not 1.3 have been used for security in our schools, which is equally as important a concern with the Public School Safety Commission. So what we want to do is we want to try and get from districts reports of what are going to be your needs, as we do with highways and bridges and roads, and have a 10-year plan so we can better understand what's out there. And in conjunction with our process for receiving applications, and I wrote a few bullets last night, late, probably around 11:30, so I probably missed something here. Aspects of current building application procedures needing consideration. Department of Legislative Planning, prioritization, anticipated capital appropriation, sources of revenue relative to school building aid. Those are things which we have to tackle, and we will with the bill which we kind of coming in. But one of the things we want to look at, and we've heard it spoken to a little bit when we talked about another topic this morning, where does the money for school building aid come from? Can we possibly have some of that allocated out of the Education Trust Fund? Can we set up another way of ensuring that the money is going to be there so that when we can have these 10-year plans, we can actually have money to support where we're going? Application timelines. If you were a superintendent of schools or a school board looking at building, you know it's a real long process to try to even think you're going to get building aid in the state. And if you're a poorer district like the one I come from, and I would say probably also for the Berlin School District, you may get 60% from the state, but it leaves a huge chunk for a district that's a poor town. So the timeline, first thing that Department of Education is going to ask of us to do is submit a letter of intent. Your letter of intent has to be in when? It has to be in there before July 1, but between July 1 and January 15th, we have to take all the applications that have come forward, and by January 15th, come out and have this prioritized by the State Board of Education. That's virtually very difficult, almost impossible to do accurately, seeing that the process starts, the building applications are received by Amy Clark over DOE. She looks them over, the department looks them over. They put them in a rank order. They send that on to School Building Authority. Now, School Building Authority, when that was established back in 1997, I believe it was, 1961, here's what it was set up for by the Committee on Public Schools Districts and Supervisory Unions back in 1691. It was recommended a state school building aid authority be established to provide financial assistance, standard plans, and insurance for schools and school districts of New Hampshire, looking at bonding capacity of these districts, looking at the bonding capacity of the state in terms of supporting these aid grants. So we do send right now as a check the criteria, based on criteria which we've gone through and rated all the applications on. I won't go in that criteria. The length of the list is very long. Everything from demographics to size of classrooms, special services, all that's incorporated into this. And that is submitted on to the School Building Authority. They check it out to see if it gels with, their perception of this rank order, gels with that came from DOE. They're being asked to do a job which actually that group was never set up to do. You can see that on the back side there, who is a member of that particular group, the state treasurer, commissioner of education, the state fire marshal, and 3 others appointed by the governor. One with education background, one with finance background, one with as a construction or engineer. They look at this process and within a period of several weeks have to come out with a conclusion that the rank order looks good. You can't do it. They can't get site visitations. So what we're going to have to do with our timeline, we're going to have to back that off at least by, I would say, at least by another 6 months out, even probably farther than that, with the letter intent coming in and then getting into the other aspects of what an application entails. And that is incumbent upon the school district to start doing that. They have to go out and get the schematic plans done and all that other done, and hire an architect, hire an engineer, come in and give them a rough idea what they're going to have. But the other big issue is, so we come out in January 15th with here's how much money you're going to receive, school district. Now you have how much time before you can get that as a warrant article? Maybe a week or 2, because you got to get it published, and then you're in trouble. So here we are. The process is too condensed. We need to strengthen that out. We got to talk about the capital 10-year plan. We got to talk about all this. So my suggestion is right now that we look at this bill as a part of the subsequent bill, 452, which will be coming at us, and we take and look at all our processes and procedures necessary from get to the end of the process here, so we can look at where these revenues are coming from and how we're going to receive applications, a timeline, and assist these districts in trying to, remediate this issue which they have out there. We have too many old buildings which are constricting what we're able to do in education. And yes, we are a state that has many rural areas, and they have no options to, they have to provide these services even at a cost which they're not provided the money to do. In order to provide equal services, they have to have AP courses too. And they have to have the staff to do it. So a lot of things we got to look at. I'll close I don't want to ramble on here too much more. This is a huge topic. It's one which I've really appreciated. As a school administrator for years, I went through the building process in Alaska. And I can remember building the last building we did. Our high school back then, about 20 years ago, was over $90 million. And I compare where I was there to what I see here in this state. They had an Olympic-sized swimming pool in it. They had a theater with, as could fit 600 people with an orchestra pit in the building. They had a science wing, math wings, vocational education in the school. Unbelievable. They had several football fields, soccer fields, all of it. And here I haven't seen it. Of course, that's not part of school building aid. All the athletics is not. You know that, Representative Woodcock. But the academic stuff is. So we got to make sure we're hitting that properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question of Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand, the intent of this bill is to provide these 10-year plans that would give some idea of the status of buildings so that it might then provide some impetus for additional state aid funding?
That's part of it, yes. Just so also we know, for example, you'll see a second sheet there that comes from the state of Idaho. Is that attached to your sheet there? They're having a similar problem out there. They were getting these reports, well, we have these needs in our schools, and the people which are completing those reports happen to be the custodian in the building or somebody that didn't have that expertise to know what was behind that wall, whether it's asbestos behind the wall, just like we're finding over in Pleasant Street where DOE is supposed to be. So what they were getting in from the schools was not necessarily enough to build these and prioritize the lists which we need. And I'm concerned that we need to have the capital improvement information ahead of time so we can better plan and know where these revenues are coming from. And so we can facilitate the needs of the districts. I hope that answers a little bit about it, but that's part of the issue. Part of the issue, we just gotta know what's out there. And hopefully we can get that in for the capital improvement program. They do it with roads and highways and bridges.
Thank you. Representative Cascadden.
Thank you, Acting Chair. My question is, who is building aid? No, what entities can apply for building aid? Now, who is the building aid for?
It's for our public schools.
Thank you.
But there, you'll also see in one part of the statute where it says a charter school can receive 30%. However, that's why we have a bill coming up for recodification. Because in another place, you go into finance and it says the opposite.
Okay.
So what we're seeing is that one section of law says you can, one section of law says you can't. What do you follow?
Right.
And this is the confusion we have. This is why I believe it was Representative Hill to put that bill in for recodification. That's a result of folks, attorneys over there in legislative services saying it's time to really get this thing fixed. And just to recodify education laws, I would say it's going to take, to do it properly, a couple of years.
Representative Tanner.
Thank you, and thank you for approaching this subject that's very testy in the local areas. I'm just wondering, I know the bill is strongly urge rather than require or shall or would. How much is this going to cost local districts money, or do you think this is what they probably are going through on a regular basis anyway with their own needs?
We see already in place the 10-year plan that's in statute. The way the state is developing that 10-year plan is we have a department of one over there at DOE right now that has responsibility for other tasks other than school building aid. And they are making the decision, they're prioritizing over internally. We have had the Bill 214 where we recognize the encourage, recommend versus do it. We're going to do it. We tried the do it side and we weren't provided the funding, the $3.3 million, which we needed to do it with professional people going out and doing the site visitations. So now we know that there are a number of districts which are in the process of going after building aid right now that have hired architects. And that's an expensive proposition. My district's doing that right now. And yet you don't see them even listed on that list of 17. So some have this information. It's not a mandatory thing they do this. But I would think down the road a ways, when we have this list properly developed, that will be the list that we start looking at in terms of rank ordering, how we're going to facilitate our revenues which we have and expending them out to help building aid. We've got to have a better plan in place than we do now. I recognize that in this, there's things that have to be tweaked. That's why I say we need to hold on to this one until we do 452 and do them both simultaneously and answer these questions. It's a good question, Representative Tanner, and we're going to have to really address this one. We tried last year, we were unsuccessful.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, did you have a question?
I do, Chairman. Thank you. Representative Wyatt, good afternoon. Similar to Representative Tanner's question, I was looking at a similar thing. I'd underlined in your revision or addition in 12 and 15, Rick, you used the word recommended once and encouraged once. I wonder why, if it's going to be required in the 10-year plan, why wasn't that more strong, as Representative Tanner sort of indicated, that shall or must?
I'm all for it, but that's why we need to work on all this. Recommended is we're trying to stay away from that unfunded mandate.
Okay, okay.
And that's the crux of it.
You follow up, Representative Wyatt?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Rick, and I don't have a good handle on this whole piece, but a school, Havel, for instance, so Conway, that is not, has not looking at, we're beyond that, we're out in the 10-year plan, or anything like copacetic, and an emergency hits and we lose the whole building, the whole roof, everything falls in. How does that then get broached here?
There is money for emergency projects in the state. So if the roof over the Kennett Middle School falls in, which, your new high school is a pretty decent building. At least I think it is. It beats Woodsville.
Well, new is a decade over. Go ahead.
Well, a decade. Okay, let's compare ages here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Okay, but there is a merit, so that doesn't impact this.
There is, for example, we had an issue in Haverhill Middle School, which is a relatively new building. It was built in the 1990s.
Okay.
And they had, I couldn't believe what I saw. The art room was downstairs. It was two-story. Art room was downstairs, and then they vented the kiln, which is in the art room, up the side of the building and into the attic. Not more than about 20 years later, the whole roof is rotten. And everything holding the roof up is ready to go. And so we had to spend 1 year with our students in the National Guard Armory while we used emergency money coming from the state to help us fix that. Now that is, as you may recall, on school building aid now, you have to have, for projects of a certain size, a clerk of the works that's bonded and knowledgeable as like an engineer. Before, the clerk of the works could have been your head custodian. And, change orders would come in from the contractors and things got approved just like that. And the price of that building doubled immediately. So we're trying to get a grip on where we're going with this.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Quayle.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clerk, do we have any further cards for this bill? No. No. Okay. No one else testify evidently, so I will close the hearing on House Bill 365, and in a moment we will take up House Bill 380.
Okay, we're ready to go ahead with this bill. We're now about 35 minutes late. Relative to non-academic surveys administered by a public school or a charter public school to its students. This is HB 380, has a financial note after it, so it is an early bill. Welcome, Representative Horgan.
Thank you. And I have, so I'm Representative Timothy Horgan for Stratford County District 10, which is the town of Durham. The written testimony is the same as testimony I submitted through the web portal, but I figured I had to print up at least one hard copy for myself so I know what I said. And also, I haven't quite figured out exactly where it is these things go or how we access them, but it's a new system. So this bill probably looks very familiar to a lot of us, and we had a identical bill pretty much except for the, I think the effective date may have been the only thing that we changed in 2020, right before the COVID-19 emergency, which is the subject of the other bill I was doing up in labor, but it worked out pretty good. Labor was right on time and you're a few minutes late, and then my own committee judiciary is way late, so it's working out pretty good for me. And it was tabled during the Senate during the emergency, and then that was similar to another bill, SB 196, which passed in 2019, but was one of many bills vetoed by Governor Sununu in 2019. So, and I also mentioned, in addition to being a rep from Durham, I'm also a member of the Vital Records Privacy Board, and I see the chair of that board is attending the hearing. Whether she's planning to speak or not, I'm not sure, but I hope she does. So I'm sure her comments will be much more valuable than mine. It's very difficult, virtually impossible for schools to participate meaningfully under surveys about drug use, social behavior, public health, and other sensitive personal topics, with the exception of one survey, which I believe it's every 2 years. Maybe it's misinformed, but it's the CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey. And the reason they had to carve out for that one was because we would have lost, I think, tens of millions, maybe a huge sum of money would have been lost if we didn't participate in that one. So that was, that's why there's a carve out in the current law, which, by the way, dates back a little bit before 2019. Our governor said when he vetoed the bill in 2019, it decreases parental involvement, but that's not true. I think these surveys increase parental involvement. At the time they're administered, the surveys, I think, raise important questions in students' minds, and I found that students do take these questionnaires, and just like the standardized tests, they tend to take them pretty seriously. This raises questions what they can and do discuss at home with their parents, and also when we analyze it, we learn more about these issues. And also, a lot of this data qualifies as for federal and other funding. So this would be back, actually, this would be back to the way the bill is. 2015 is when this whole RSA was first put in the books. Schools would once again be able to participate in non-academic surveys, and parents would have to opt out of each survey if they don't want their children to participate. Right now, they have to opt into every survey, which greatly reduces the participation and creates a lot of work for the schools and the parents. So the default is going to be for them to be allowed to participate. And there's a wealth of useful information in these surveys. In many cases, those surveys are prerequisite for grants and/or eligibility to participate in programs. And got a paragraph here about the legislative history. I'll skip over that. Yeah, so as I said, the reason that one survey was included just because the cost of, and there are many members of the legislature who want to opt out of that one too, but the cost would have blasted a huge hole in education funding. So, and we've lost millions of dollars anyway just from the current law. So, and finally, I'll say, and certainly. I've learned a little bit more about this from the Vital Records Privacy Board, even though that's not really educational surveys per se. They're undertaken with very stringent requirements. So the federal government has strict laws that govern all data collection by federally funded programs, including those funded by what they call pass-through dollars. And there's additional protections for vulnerable subpopulations, which includes children under 18. So especially in the area of public health, without the data from these scientific surveys, we can't measure the effect of public health interventions. We can't we don't have as good idea of how they affect our educational system, our children, and this is especially true of the substance abuse crisis, but it applies to a lot of other issues too. So I would basically, it took a few. I think we got the law pretty much right in 2015. There's a few changes from what the original law in 2015, and so I urge you to. I urge you to finally fix this problem and allow our schools to participate in these surveys. So I'd be happy to take any questions if you'd like.
Thank you very much. Any questions, Representative Cordelli?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Horgan, for coming back again this afternoon.
Yeah.
I was interested in your written testimony and what you mentioned in terms of the strict laws of the federal government related to data collection programs, such as with surveys. And one of the reasons the opt-in was put into law, as I recall, was a federal provision called the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which specifies that any survey collecting data, as you'll see in lines 21, 22 in the bill that's in current statute, that is gathered via federal funding, must have written parental consent. And so, as I recall the testimony, when the opt-in provision was put into place, it was to mirror federal law and the strict laws that you mentioned in your testimony. Why is it that you think at this point the federal requirements should be eliminated from our provision for non-academic surveys?
Well, I can't really speak to whether or not that summary what the law is, and certainly, certainly we would want parents to part of the paperwork at the beginning of the semester would be to have something, opting into any future surveys without specifically having to go through the paperwork every time to opt in. So and of course this is enabling legislation, so I'm sure the school districts can adopt a more restrictive policy if they feel that's in their interest. And then there's some surveys that are not directly funded with federal dollars, like, for example, the University of New Hampshire administers a lot of surveys about various topics to their students. So that's
yes.
In terms of the federal law. In terms of federal law, I'm not prepared to say whether or not your summary of what it says is correct or not. So
I'd be glad to give you a copy.
I'll leave that for the committee. The committee may want to dig into that some more.
I'd be glad to give the committee a copy.
Sure.
But my follow-up question is in terms of a blanket acceptance or provision for consent at the beginning of the school year for any non-academic survey, I would think was in conflict with beginning parts of the statute that requires individual notification, and I believe making available copies of the survey to the parent before their written consent. So how would you see that additional parts of this legislation might need to be amended in order to provide a blanket beginning of the year consent?
Yeah, I certainly, I was envisioning a blanket beginning of the year consent, and if what's in this bill isn't sufficient to allow for that, then obviously that's once again, that's something else the committee can look into during the executive session, and then the retained bill process if that's what they want. But I do know that I've heard a lot of concern from the research community about the current law, that it makes it very difficult to get meaningful data out of these non-academic surveys.
Thank you.
I have one question, and then I'll open it up to the rest of the committee. On line 12 and 13, you've inserted language where it says, beyond the survey developed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and you say, and surveys related to other prevention programs. So this appears to me, is it providing that department on the federal level the ability to, as you say, obtain research without having to go through all just as freely as they can with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. And what are these other surveys you're talking
That
about?
was basically, well, what I envisioned, and it's been envisioned in the previous version of the bill is if there's something in addition to the very specific YBRS, which is a long-running survey, if I remember correctly, it's administered just once every 2 years, but the CDC decides to expand that program, then New Hampshire would be able to participate. And obviously, you can't even have these surveys unless, the state Department of Education.
I need just one clarification here as what you just mentioned. I understand the YRBS.
Yeah.
We've been doing that for years.
Yeah.
Now, if that's amended or if it's the same survey, it's still allowable according to the language we previously had. But it appears that you're extending it beyond that to other surveys or other forms of gathering research by the federal government. Is that where you're going?
I guess that, I would probably say probably yes. Obviously, the CDC would have to establish the program. It would have to pass, muster with the federal agency, the federal bodies to report to, and then the state would have to approve our participation in the survey. And then I suppose the school districts have their say on it too before them. And of course, the parents would be notified about that just as they are about the YBRS, so they would know about that. So that's, I don't envision any major changes in that for the next few years, but just in case they change the name of the YBRS or expand or come up with similar surveys, we'd like to be able to participate in them.
Thanks.
So
Are there other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to clarify, you would agree that this bill has the effect of creating, rather than an opt-in system, parents would have to opt out on an individual basis for these surveys?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Follow up to that. I am aware of some more modern education models, such as under the rubric of SEL, where information that would be listed under this previous prohibition is asked on a regular basis as a part of the program to do essentially data mining, to do what they call generative themes learning. This could be incorporated into regular models. So is it possible that with this requirement to both notify parents and also to opt out on an individual basis, that parents could actually wind up needing to be informed of and opting out of perhaps even multiple surveys on a daily basis?
Well, I'm not familiar with the details. What was that model of education? I didn't catch the name of it.
SEL, social emotional learning.
Okay, that's well, I'm not on the committee, so I have to confess I have to admit that's the first time I heard of that particular model of learning, but I think I understand what is that. So that's, if that's an integral part of the program, then presumably, obviously the family has to opt into the whole program before the kid can be in it, unless, I guess, even as now, of course, the kids sort of had the power to opt out. They can refuse to participate in things, although that's pretty difficult for a school child to do. So that's, I don't know how that's different than the way these issues are dealt with in other educational models. So that's about the best answer I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative McDonald, and then Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the testimony. Is there an ability for a parent to simply opt out of all surveys for an academic year, as opposed to, as Representative Belcher noted, maybe multiple in one day, or this could come to be quite a task for the parents? So again, are they able to just opt out of all surveys for their children?
I think that would probably be an appropriate, the school district can make a procedure for that. So I'm just trying to change it so the default is for them to opt in. And certainly, actually, I guess the school district could make these surveys opt out, which may create difficulty for them in terms of funding and other things. But the school districts are still free to go back to the opt out model. And certainly, I suppose a parent probably could just say they want to opt out of every non-academic survey, even if we're going to the opt-in model that I'm envisioning with the bill. So,
Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask my question, for the committee's information, this bill has had a long history. And we've worked on this for a number of years. And what we found in the past is that there were, in some school districts, there was age inappropriate surveys that were being given by independent teachers. And it caused all kinds of problems. And so, as a compromise to all that, we basically came up with the issue of the YRBS, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which is an annual thing that gives a lot of information to school districts about youth behavior, which they then can develop programs to address those issues. And so that's why we kind of zeroed all down to the YRBS. And I think, so my question, Representative, is that what I hear you saying here is that you'd like to expand the option for, as you say here, other related surveys out of the federal government that might deal with youth behavior, et cetera.
that's what I envision.
So that's one expansion. And then the other is basically moving back to an opt-out, parental opt-out. And the reason why has been controversial here is that in order to get the appropriate data to have a universe of those participating, that's significant enough that the data is reliable. And by having an opt-in program, in fact, I think we likened it to sending a survey home with kids for a field trip, and it doesn't come back. And so how do you get that data then? How do you get that information from parents? So the opt-out provides an opportunity for parents to be notified, of the survey is being conducted, for them to say, okay, or if I don't want that, I don't want my child to take that, which is perfectly fine. So I think you're trying to move back to what we had before and then add potential others. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I think. And
okay, thank you very much.
I will say, when I was a kid, it was back in the 70s, and I think there probably were the surveys were a lot less regulated, and probably I did answer some things that maybe weren't appropriate for my age level. But I think, I would agree. I think you summarized my thinking much better than I could have. So that's an accurate summary. So,
Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
thank you. I've got my pink card.
Okay, let's see where we are here. Okay, Betsy Harrington?
Hi, my name is Betsy Harrington.
Let's press the button.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Betsy Harrington, and I'm from Deering, New Hampshire. I'd like to tell you my real life experience with the CDC's Youth Risk Survey, which is given to my kids yearly. It was just given to students at SAU 34 last week on January 12th, Thursday. I read the survey and opted my kids out because I already knew the questions were way beyond their personal boundaries. I learned of the survey last year. My kids came home on Thursday to tell me that the survey was given and that the other kids were really upset. My son's girlfriend, who is a freshman, told me that she sat with her friends at lunch afterwards and talked about it. I asked if anyone was traumatized or triggered by the survey, and she quickly gave me an emphatic yes. I acknowledged that the survey had questions that were supposed to be kept private and that she didn't have to answer. She said she felt really pressured and uncomfortable, and she just got through it. I'd like you to hear some of this year's questions. It's not what most parents think. During the last 12 months, how many times did someone do sexual things to you that you did not want to do? During the last 12 months, did you make a plan on how you would attempt suicide? How many times did you attempt? Did you get hurt? How much spice, fake weed, K2, or Black Mamba have you used? My kids have never heard of these drugs, but here's their introduction. How many sexual partners have you ever had? How old were you when you had intercourse? Do you exchange things for sex? How much do you drug? Do you drive and drug? Do others drive under the influence with you in the car? These are questions that should never be asked of a child. It's triggering, boundary breaking, and just not for kids. No follow-up is given to these kids. They're left to die a little bit each inside. They deserve help after being asked if they were raped or abused. Instead, they walk away lost with no support. You can ask an 18-year-old these questions, not a child. This data can be gathered from young adults. Children don't need to be subjected to this abuse from the CDC to collect data. I reject this survey and any other non-academic survey given to my child during school hours. Surveys should never be given without parental consent. Imagine parents who find out after the fact, like my son's girlfriend, because they hadn't read it ahead of time. Imagine finding out that your 14-year-old was asked about her sexual and criminal habits. That's getting into abuse territory, and I think that's not okay. These surveys are unwanted by parents, and they're grossly inappropriate for children. Stop them, and always get permission first if they are given. I can't believe I really need to say this out loud. It seems logical. Protect kids from unwanted surveys without parents' knowledge. The yearly CDC grooming of our kids is not welcome to New Hampshire parents, and we want permission given first for anything non-academic.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing, thank you. Does the Department of Health and Human Services have anything for us on this one? Do we have any questions of the department dealing with the CDC, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey? Oh, yes, we do. Do you have a moment? Oh, we got two of you. Welcome.
Good morning, Representative Ladd. My name is Abby Rogers. I'm the legislative liaison for the Division of Public Health Services, and we're here to provide some information today related to the bill.
Good afternoon, sorry. My name is Jiahui Chawla. I'm the Bureau Chief of Public Health Statistics and Informatics in the Division of Public Health Services.
Okay, good. We have two on that. Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. It's two parts. So the first part is if you could just explain a little bit more about the purpose of the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Maybe I should use the acronym. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So YRBS, the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, New Hampshire administered the YRBS since 1993. It is administered in odd year and every other year to the public school currently in New Hampshire as public high schools for grade 9 to 12. The YRBS survey, it is a collaboration between the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Education. And the YRBS is also supported by many partners across the states who work to achieve positive outcomes both now and in the future for all the youth in New Hampshire. So in terms of the process, we collaborate with the internal program areas in the department as well as the Department of Education and also the community organizations, not only on the questionnaire selections, but also on the surveys and also the program prevention part. For the process to administer YRBS, we first step is identify the questionnaires, and once the questionnaires is finalized, the department will post the questionnaires on our website prior to any school administer YRBS on their first date. And we will recruit the high schools through the school district to encourage them to participate in YRBS. And the school district and also the school boards has totally control on whether the schools would like to participate YRBS or not, and whether they would like to adapt the opt-out or opt-in approach. So currently in New Hampshire, for the current statute 186.11.9D, for YRBS is an exception for opt-in. So YRBS currently is opt-out approach. But the school district can choose if they would like to use opt-in approach. I can provide some information. In the past years, since I started this position, there was no school decided to use opt-in. But prior to like 2019, as far as I know, there was one school, they decided to use opt-in approach. But the next time when they administer YRBS, they choose back to opt out because they didn't get a really good response rate in order to get their school data or provide the data to us. And in terms of the confidentiality and privacy, YRBS, the process is designed to protect students' privacy by allowing only anonymous participation. So no names, no date of birth, no social security numbers or student IDs or other identifiers, are collected or required or provided through the survey. The department provides trainings to the school coordinators and administrators, and also requires classroom teachers who administer YRBS to follow specific instructions, including, in the classroom setting, you need to ensure that no students can pick each other's screen or the paper. And we also encourage students to cover their own desk so that nobody can pick. And teachers are not allowed to walk around, and they are not allowed to look at the survey answer sheet after students complete, if they choose the paper format. So starting 2021, we provide two formats. One is the traditional paper format with the printout questionnaires and also answer sheets to the schools. We also provide a web format survey to allow students to complete the survey through the web format. So those are the two formats that we currently provide to the school district for them to, choose which one would be best for their YRBS. And I think that's all I have for the process. Oh, yes, sorry about that. Thank you. I just want to emphasize that the YRBS it is a tool that can catalyze for community engagement and positive change. This is the only data set to understand the youth health and behavior risk factors for a long run. The YRBS data is valid and reliable that reflects the youth perceptions, behavior, and experience, and helps schools and communities determine the prevalence of health behavior and assess whether the behavior increase, decrease, or keep the same level over time. So these trend lines allow schools and communities to determine if intervention or prevention strategies are effective. It also enables state, school districts, and community to access federal grants to assist local schools and communities in developing health-enhancing policies and programs for youth. So that's what I have today. I don't know if Abby, you've had.
Thank you. We are not taking a position on this bill, but we wanted to come and be a resource to the committee and provide some information. I know you have some new members, and I hope that was helpful. Yeah. Also, any questions, we'd be happy to.
Thank you very much. There's a long history to this bill or this topic. One question I have, just can you I thought the YRBS was given at one grade level within the high school. Is it now 9 through 12 you're administering each to all those grades?
That is correct. So YRBS is administered for all the public high schools in New Hampshire through grade 9 to 12. That's correct.
So all enrolled students in that high school will receive that assessment?
They have the opportunity to participate in the survey.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Lekes.
Thank you for taking my question. Money was alluded to earlier, and doing opt-in, there was, I guess, threat of money being taken away by the federal government. And so my question is, where the schools are each individually allowed to choose opt-in or opt-out, and where that school did for 1 year, choose opt-in. My question is, if an individual school, as opposed to the state, chooses opt-in, do they have federal funding taken away from them?
So to participate in YRBS is totally voluntary, and some states provide incentives for schools to participate in. I'm not aware of any grant funding to be taken from the school level, but back to YRBS, if the school choose to opt in, then we will take opt in, and there's no funding will be taken from the department.
Thank you.
Representative Cordelli and then Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. And you were correct in your observation with a lot of new members. First question, I guess, would be, I think you heard the previous testimony that the lady mentioned some of the questions on this year's survey that she had thought were possibly intrusive or inappropriate for her child. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on maybe any of those questions you had heard as to the regard to their usefulness in some follow-up to the survey and whether they might be appropriate for certain age levels or not.
Yes, thank you for the question, and this is very important. So some questions in the YRBS survey may be considered as a sensitive questions to the students at that age. However, asking the question in a very direct way is what, for the long run, CDC had YRBS since 1991, and so the questions are have kind of like a scientific validation to ask that way to the students. So some questions like drug use or attempted suicide, tobacco use or alcohol use, weapon carrying may be considered as very sensitive to the students. That part is accurate. Therefore, in our training to the schools and school coordinator administrators, we did mention about that part that the schools may want to consult the students or student feels uncomfortable before or after the survey. We encourage schools to reach out to students and have some consultation to the student for them to be able to talk about their feelings. The other part that I want to mention is students have the option to, to choose that they don't want to participate in the survey, even on the survey date or any time during the survey. If they don't want to answer the question, they can skip the question and go to the next, or they can, decide that they don't want to participate in the survey, then they don't need to answer any questions. So there's no penalty or there's no performance or impact if they don't answer the question or if they don't participate in the survey during the survey day.
Follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to hear that you tell the schools that they might follow up with students on some of these questions, such as suicide, because I remember when we did the suicide hotline number being put on the ID cards, we had discussion whether that was going to put suicide in the child's mind, possibly. So, and I see that could happen with this, so I'm glad to hear that you offer that advice. But also on the advice side, I was wondering if your department or maybe the Department of Education had issued any advisories to local schools that they could change from opt-out to opt-in in relation to this survey.
You want to take the opt-out?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I'm not. I don't have the answer as to whether the schools have given been guidance by the Department of Education on whether about the opt-in and opt-out of individual schools. I would remind the committee that it is the school's responsibility per law to post the survey online for parents to have access to that prior to the application of the survey. So those questions are there and parents can review them and decide whether they feel comfortable having their child participate in or not. And that's already in statute that be done by the schools.
Thank you.
And sorry, I just want to follow up on that. The department also provide opt-out template, and we post that the template on our website as well for parents who, if they do not receive directly from the schools, they are able to print it out and sign the opt-out form and hand it back to the schools. And in terms of opt-in, we provide the opt-in template per request. So far, no schools are requesting opt-in. But again, this will be the school district and school board decision if they would like to take opt-in or opt-out option. From the department standpoint, we do encourage the school district and schools to involve parents to provide them the essential information. So some schools reached out to us to ask if we have some fact sheets to be able to provide in their communication, and we also provide that for the schools to enhance the communication between the schools and parents for them to understand what YRBS is used for, what questions are asked to their kids.
Thank you. Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking another question. And actually a comment first, it would be lovely if you could provide that fact sheet to the committee, please. And my question is this survey the same in every state? It comes from the CDC and all the students across the country who do it get the same questions, or is it modified at all?
Thank you for that question. We have fact sheet here, but I don't think I have enough copies. So Abby will distribute that later on. In terms of questions, for YRBS, we have there is a very strict guidance how questions are selected. So first of all, CDC will provide the standard questions to all the states who participate in YRBS. And from the standard questionnaires, each state or each jurisdiction needs to select two-thirds questions from that standard question, which is about 60 questions, 60 questions will be from the standard questionnaires. And we are not allowed to change any wording, even a comma or the period, any characters from those standard questions. And the rest of questions, like 1/3 of questions, about 30 or 40 questions, states can choose from their own state focus questions or state added questions. CDC also provides the optional modules for the state to take into account. So for those questions like the sexual behaviors or drug use, most of them are from the standard questionnaires, so that the CDC, they will have like a national database or national data analysis to see how each state is doing compared to the national or compared to other states. Those questions are standardized, and each state, if they choose to have that question, that would be the same questions as among the nation.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Further questions? Representative Dry and then Belcher. Anybody on that side? Are you? Oh, Mel? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this question. I sat in not too long ago on a meeting of social service agencies last time the study was up, and they were complaining about students who bragged about lying on the survey. And I didn't know at this point that it was required to take. I just thought, well, couldn't they just have people opt in who are serious about doing it? And they said, no, we need the numbers so that we can get the money. So I'm concerned that we are putting social service agencies on a tight wire. They have to live with perhaps invalid answers to survey just to get the money. So then maybe it's a deeper problem than just opt in or opt out. But I wondered if you had any thoughts on whether there's more accurate information if someone is opting in than rather opting out.
Yeah. So thank you for the question. I would like to answer for the first part, whether kids, truthfully respond to the questions or not. I don't deny that there are some students, they may not provide the true answer to the questions, or they might be, kind of like not taking it seriously. We don't have a really kind of like a number to see what's the percentage of kids are doing that, but definitely there are some students when they take the survey, their behavior is like that, which I just joke around. I don't deny that part. However, for the data analysis standpoint, YRBS is still valid, even though there are a small percentage of students who don't take YRBS seriously. The majority of students, they do provide a truthful answer. And that is very important for us. For YRBS, we do have two data sets. The first data set is a sampling data set, which is randomly selected from all the census for all the public schools. We randomly pick several classrooms from each schools and compile the sample data set. For that one, we will have a weighting process to provide the confidence intervals and for the future data analysis to see if this if this state or the state from the time frame to see if there is any significance increase or decrease on the same topic. So for that sample data set, because of the valid scientific data analysis process, it actually eliminated untruthful answers. And during the data analysis process, we also have some kind of editing. If the kids, if this record answer that for the first question, it's like, I never had sex. And the following question, the record shows that I have sex like every day, or I have sex with drug, then this record will be invalid. So we have some kind of like a data validation process in place to see the group of questions, whether there's some kind of conflict answers. If there's a conflict answer, then this question will be invalid. So in terms of if kids tell lies, how valid would the data analysis be or the estimate be? We are very confident that the YRBS is very valid and provide a very reliable data analysis across the time from the 10 years ago until now. So that's what we see from the data analysis part. In terms of opt-in, opt-out, currently New Hampshire is taking opt-out approach. To be opt-in, it will increase lots of burden, not only on the state side, but also on the school district side, to collect each individual opt-in forms, and also to track students, hey, do you want to turn in the opt-in form in order to take the survey? And if the number of students who participate in the survey is less than the response rate, we have the 60% response rate in order to make a valid data set. For opt-in options, we do see impact on the response rate may reduce, and for us to be able to get good sample size in order to provide more accurate estimate. So that is the concern on the opt-in. We may not be able to get enough response in order to meet the 60% response rate, and not only for the school data, but also for the entire state data.
Thank you very much. Representative Belcher, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the bill and the new language on lines 12 and 13 regarding exempting other surveys from the CDC, this sets off my spidey senses a little bit as far as what might exist. Does the department have access to a comprehensive list of surveys that the CDC might provide? And if so, can you get that to the committee?
So for the department, YRBS is the only survey that we administer to the high school students, to public high school students. I'm not aware of other surveys to the public school students sponsored by CDC in the department. So I'm not able to answer that part.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? I need just one point of clarification here. We have written in statutory language, opt out. we've had that discussion over every year I've been here, opt-in versus opt-out. And I'm hearing that we may be able to do opt-in if a local school district decides to do so. Is that correct?
If the school district decide to do opt-in, then yes, they can address that they want to provide, they want to do opt-in, and we will do our best to assist the school to get opt-in. But like what I mentioned earlier, it requires lots of resource and time from the schools to do opt-in. That's why the current law allows YRBS to remain opt-out, which is a passive parent consent. But back to the Chairman, your questions. If the school decide, after consideration, they really want to do opt-in, then yes, we will be able to do that. However, the school may not be able to get their school report because of low response rate if they take opt-in approach.
Yes, we hear about that from the
Yes,
chiefs
that
of
would be
police
the
often.
impact.
The one other question I have for you, there's a bank of there's a required section questions that the federal government or the CDC has. Then there's a bank of questions which are optional. Who decides which optional questions are used? Is it HHS or is it DOE?
So that is another good question. So we do collaborate with Department of Education and also our internal program areas like injury prevention program and Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services, as well as the community partners like NAMI, New Hampshire, and also the trafficking, the trafficking program, and also some school district to do the question selection based on the priorities. So it's not just a solo decision from the department to choose the questions in the questionnaires. It's a collaboration between the department and also the program area and also the local communities.
Yes, Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, this has been an interesting conversation about the process of gathering the data. My question is, what do you do with the data?
That's another good question as well. So from the department-wide, we do release the state level and also the public health region level because those are from the sample size with the confidence interval analysis in place. We release this data on our DHHS data portal website. And we also provide static like PDF data reporting on our website as well. We provided the school district their own school or community report to the superintendent for them to understand the survey result from their particular schools. However, in that type of data set, because it's not weighted data set, which means there is no indicator to show that this estimate or this percentage in the school is doing better or worse compared to the state or regional. So we do not encourage the school to make that kind of a statement, and yet for them to understand what each individual questions, what's the percentage of the students in their school respond to that question. For the data part, there are several parts that we use the data, and if I may, excuse me, I will need to check my list here. So basically, it's for the community prevention. So there are like mental health questions about, feel sad or feel hopeless, this type of questions. And for program areas such as injury prevention program or our mental health bureau or program areas, they will use this type of data and to work with the communities or work with the region to put a resource and provide some kind of like assistance to the areas that will need to have that they focused on. So data is YBS data is used by various programs or various communities and also the school district to look into their particular area in terms of the specific survey response and also might be able to compare to the previous years on the estimate for the same questions.
Are there further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't believe we have any other pink cards on that bill. We'll close the hearing. A lot of questions with that. He talks about electronically up there, but they also talk about web down here, so he's duplicating it. It's, I think.
It's electronic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee. This is the first bill that I'm introducing in my first term, so please bear with me. The background behind this is that the New Hampshire Constitution, of course, recognizes the value of education and, tells us to cherish it, and a huge amount of what we do is about that process. With anything where we wish to achieve goals, the proper approach is to measure outcomes, not inputs. When we are specifying healthy water, we specify the lead must be below this, on and on and on with all of the details. And we don't specify the inputs. We don't say that water treatment must take at least, 46 hours. We don't specify how much must be spent. In a similar way, I think it is appropriate that to make sure that education is done correctly, we allow an extra option. And right now there's two options, or at least two, public schools, private schools, and homeschooling. One thing that we measure with public schools is just inputs, that you must remain in your seat for 12 years, you must, go through a certain number of classes. And there are some students who are fortunate enough to be in families where one of the parents can take on homeschooling. But if a child, through no fault of his own, is not in such a family, but still believes that there's sort of more that he can achieve in life and he would like to accelerate his or her education, there's currently no option to achieve that, at least at the state level. So the intent behind this is to allow any student who learns on his own to prove that he has satisfied all of the requirements of a public school education, and thus get his degree early and move on to whatever is next for him or her, whether that's college or trade school or something else. That is the overall gestalt of the proposal. And one thing I would like to speak to is concerns about implementation or cost. And the analysis, does not say that there are necessarily any costs, but does note that they are indeterminable. There is already a process for assessment of students in schools and how much they've attained, and the results of this are available per town at the Department of Education's website. Looking at it briefly this morning, there was something like 2% of students who were assessed via existing testing test above the requirements, 35% or so statewide test at requirements, some percent test partially hitting requirements. So I phrased this in a very open-minded way for the Department of Education, that they can create whatever assessment tool that they think is appropriate, but certainly one possible way to do it would be to reuse existing assessment tests. These are already seen as a reasonably appropriate tool because they're what we are using to judge the performance of the various high schools across the state. And so that is a way that I think that this could be accomplished for those few students who wish to opt into a testing and potentially graduate ahead of time with a certificate, proving their mastery of subjects without spinning up huge new research projects or tests or anything. And I welcome any questions.
Very much.
Please.
We look at our education rules, 8306. We're looking at our education rules, ED 306. We talk about competencies, and the competencies are established by the local school boards for courses. And the diploma is issued by a local school district or high school. So are we talking about in here that the state of Alaska now, excuse me, I'm really tired, I'm from Alaska. The state of New Hampshire.
Great state.
That's a wonderful state. State of New Hampshire, DOE is going to get into the business of issuing graduation diplomas now and taking that away from the local?
That is a great question, and I understand the concern. As written, the bill says that the Department of Education is in charge of that, but I would certainly be willing to submit an amendment clarifying that the town level government is responsible for setting standards probably relevant to their own existing high school.
Well, okay. Then I have one other question here too. On line 25, on page 1, let's see. or excuse me, on line 24, any child aged 13 or older, whether a citizen of New Hampshire or elsewhere, may take the test. Are we talking about a kid in Alaska?
I put this in here so that if there was a case where two parents shared custody of a child across the state line, that there would not be any question that the student who spends part of his time in New Hampshire, even if he didn't meet full citizenship requirements, basically just to avoid that question. And that's certainly a question that comes up in sort of voting discussions and our college students, residents or citizens. And I just wanted to remove that possible complexity.
Thank you. For other questions, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm going to build on what Representative Ladd just asked about whether if this was in place and it would relate to a citizen of New Hampshire or elsewhere. And I've dealt throughout my career with high school equivalency programs and accelerated programs and so on, but by including elsewhere, and I understand your example, are we also looking at the possibility of 50 Vermont students who are 13 coming across the border and taking a test, and 75 from Maine and 150 from Massachusetts because they would qualify?
Right. That is an excellent question, and thank you for it. And I think that probably it deserves a amendment to make sure that there was at least some nexus with residency in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good afternoon, Representative. A couple questions I made. You made the comment that 12 years of sitting in your seat. You realize that doesn't happen, right? You realize that kids are taking external programs, learn everywhere, doing internships. Local school systems allow kids to earn enough graduation credits, sometimes in junior year, sometimes in senior year. So that accusation, that stereotype of just sit there back in 1950 is not really true in 2023. You understand that?
That's a good question, and I do understand that. And the point here is to make a statewide program so that a student who is in a school system that is perhaps not so enlightened as to have that codified or has ambiguous or inconsistent policies on it, which is something I've heard about, would still have a option at the state level. So it doesn't depend on a particular principal approving of such things.
Thank you, Representative. The other one, you're using a couple of standardized tests as the base level. But a lot of the education that's required for a high school diploma that's locally created is much more comprehensive than just the evaluation of the math or the science or the English literacy piece of a student's high school diploma. And that would exclude that by just using those standardized tests. Is there a reason why you didn't make some preparation or allowance for local impact?
There is. The goal here is to empower students and their families, and if there was a situation where a school had a local requirement that all high school students need 4 years or to pass a certain test on the local county history or something like that, that would then put the State Department of Education in a position where it would have to tailor test each individual town, knowing that in the John Stark School District there's a particular requirement. I think that there is a baseline level of competency that we expect of a high school graduate, and that can be very well approximated by a statewide testing system. And right now we certainly allow people to achieve competency in a lot of different ways. If someone is homeschooled in the town of Henniker, that they are not required to pass any specific requirements that might be present in the public schools in Henniker. And in a similar way here, if a student proves that they are competent at the skills expected of all high school graduates, yes, just like with other educational choices, either homeschooling or in a private school, they might not meet some particular requirement that has been imposed in that town. And I see that as a feature, not a bug.
Thank you, Representative.
You're welcome. Further question, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I guess I don't understand on page 1, starting with line 27, about any nonprofit institution must accept a passing grade for matriculation. So the student wouldn't have to apply to like the University of New Hampshire and see if they got accepted or not? They would just automatically have to be accepted?
That is not the intent of it, and I would be happy to offer an amendment. What I was aiming for there, and if you see the continuation on line 31, shall not impose burdensome regulations. So that speaks to the intent. I'm not saying that you are incorrect about the bill as written, and I'd be happy to polish that to address that concern. The concern is that we would want to make sure that universities did not, entertain some animus against students who, if there's some very gifted student who at 15 or 16 tests out, that he is made to jump through additional hoops or de facto discriminated against.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this could also possibly address the concern of the previous question. So my reading of this shows that a test that would be designed that would be based on a passing score on the test would be based on the average of high school graduates. My concern there would obviously be, unfortunately, high school graduates are often not found to be competent when they go on to college. They require remediation. So I'm not necessarily opposed to the concept, but would it make sense to instead perhaps peg the testing requirement to something like a higher percentile, maybe an 80 percentile or something along those lines to demonstrate that they have the above average proficiency?
Thank you for the question. That's a great question. And I would certainly be amenable to offering an amendment to assuage that concern. What I was aiming here was just to, in the original draft, to explain myself, to make sure it was clear that students wouldn't be taking some sort of rubber stamp test that, gee, I don't like high school, let me get out of here. And that as a bare minimum, they would have to demonstrate the same level of competence as other high schoolers. But the intent is largely to unburden those students who are sort of eager for more learning at an earlier age and feel sort of stultified with the local options. And so the group that, sort of I have in mind is very compatible with a, at least 80%. So I'd be happy to offer that amendment. Thank you.
I have a question. Are you aware that for our high school students, we have a program called dual and concurrent enrollment, where we have many of our students now graduating from high school with at least 1 year, possibly 2 years of associate degree under their belts?
I am aware, and I believe that this is complementary to that, and there's no reason that that couldn't continue. I think that this does address different concerns.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Oh,
You had one.
Oh, Representative.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't quite figure out how to frame this question, so bear with me. I think in addition to what you're proposing testing for, students evolve between 13 and whenever they more traditionally finish high school. And I would just submit that there ought to be some assessment of maturity or readiness to be in a open environment.
Thank you for the question. I'd like to point out that there is nothing in here that is intended as, I'm sorry, I forget the term, but legal proof of adulthood. So if a student tested out at the age of 13 and they said, well, bye mom and dad, I'm headed off to Caltech, that is still a 13-year-old, and mom and dad can say, no, you're not. You're staying right here because we know that you don't know how to set your own bedtime or get dressed. And so, citizens, under the age of 18 are still minors until they become adults.
Last question for me. Why did you set the bar so low in terms of, it says, accurately reflects the average New Hampshire high school graduate, the average?
Thank you for the question. Representative Belcher asked the same question, and I thought it was an excellent point, and I said that I would be happy to offer an amendment. And I remind you that this is perhaps the first bill that I have tried to draft, and I'm learning a lot. But my intent there was to assuage concerns in the opposite direction. I was coming at it from the perspective of, a teacher teacher or members of the committee might say, so, they just have to take a test and you've got no thoughts whatsoever about the standards. So I said, oh, that's not true at all. You've got to be at least, as good as the average. But I think it's entirely within the spirit of the bill to set that bar much higher, and I'd be happy to offer an amendment for that.
And have you thought of using an instrument like the ACT or the SAT?
I specifically left it vague as to implementation and said that that was up to the director of the Department of Education so that he could reuse an existing test, which might allow for, zero incremental cost. If there's a test that's already being offered, he could merely set a bar on that.
Thank you. Further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, all.
Okay, so let's see. I don't think you have any of these, so we're going to have them all. I would assume that's all the students which we have here. Okay, Lyra Brown.
You have a, no, just press the button.
Oh, it's the red button there, yes. Go ahead.
My name is Lyra Brown. I live in Manchester, New Hampshire. I support the bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Jason Osborne's daughter.
Yeah, I know. Okay, is Kiva related to you or no? Kiva Baum? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Kiva Baum. I am from Bedford, New Hampshire. Thank you all for listening. I am in support of the bill. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ewan Osborne? Yep. There you go. Yep.
Hello, my name is Eowyn Osborne. I'm a homeschooler from Auburn, New Hampshire. I support this bill. Thank you for your time. The one thing that really bothers me about high school is that it's pretty useless. Specifically, in this modern day and age, high school is used less as a way to educate children and more as either babysitting or a way for children to socialize with each other. Now, this is discouraging for those of us who want to excel, want to do well in school, because we have to deal with, there's the whole distraction of the social climate, and public education just isn't great in general. Even like private schools or a homeschool learning cooperative, they could have issues like this. And I think for the benefit of the children of our state, it would be nice if we could test out of high school. That way we could go about our, our lives sooner. We could start going to college, work more, which would be really nice. I'd love to do that.
I don't know.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, that's kind of what I have to say. If anyone has any questions.
Well, we thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule today to come down here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next person which we'll call, is it Riley? Riley, what's your last name? I'm trying to read it here.
Glazer. I'm sorry for the.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Riley Glazer. I am 15 years old. I am from Derry, New Hampshire, and I support this bill. Up until this year, I have been homeschooled for my entire life. Being homeschooled has allowed me to deep dive into more of my interests, and I was able to work and excel at my own pace. Currently, I am a student at Spark Academy of Advanced Technologies in Manchester, New Hampshire, where I'm taking college classes alongside my normal high school classes, as you mentioned earlier, with dual enrollment. I am currently a straight A student. I am on student council, an ambassador, and on a state qualifying VEX robotics team. I find it cumbersome to follow the age requirements, the requirements of attendance, despite knowing most of the curriculum being taught. I believe students with the mental fortitude to test out of high school should be, before the compulsory attendance age or requirement ends, should have that opportunity. Allowing students to acquire their high school degree before the age of 18 enables them to take advantage of things that require a high school degree sooner and begin their career goals earlier. In our society, children are infantilized instead of having responsibilities and earning respect. A high school degree should be based off of the level of knowledge you possess instead of your age or credits earned. I would take advantage of this opportunity by continuing my deep dive into my fascination with nuclear energy until I am able to join the Navy's nuclear energy technician program. The more time I am able to spend researching, the more knowledge I can gain will set me apart from other candidates in the program. While I appreciate Spark and its opportunities, I would rather have my degree and spend more time taking unlimited college classes based on my passion. In closing, I believe that the bill is a valuable opportunity for those who wish to get a head start on being successful, for being a successful adult. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Riley. And good luck with the nuclear plans. Kitty?
Good afternoon. My name is Kitty Michelati. I am a homeschool mom. I am also a teacher and a vice president of Latitude Learning Resources in Derry, New Hampshire. And I have the privilege of working with several very talented high school students who, for whatever reason, have not been successful, have not felt successful in traditional learning environments and have come to us to try to learn in different ways. And we have found that many of these children have come to us with passions that they would like to really explore, but have been hindered by some of the legislation that exists for them. Dual enrollment works sometimes. For some kiddos, they just want to take certain college classes and they're limited in what they are allowed to take. They're limited in the requirements for taking them. Were they able, at the age of 13 or 14 or 15, to pass an exam, have a high school degree, they would be able to start deep diving into those passions while still living in their parents' homes. I did not talk to any one of my students this morning when I told them I was coming up here to testify in this bill. Not one of them said, yes, I'm moving out. They were just really excited because often the kids who come to us have come to us with really deep passions, and they just want to explore them. They just want to take as many art classes as possible without having to follow the high school standards that were set forth by Harvard University like 100 years ago. We don't necessarily need all these years of all these classes. We need to revamp the high school curriculum, and in the place of doing that, just let them test out of it so they can start doing what they want to do. One student who opted not to come today, but did give me her opinion of the bill, said she would support this bill because prior to high school, she was a straight A student. She enjoyed learning, she enjoyed her classes, and when she got to high school, the environment and the social pressure was such that she began to fail all of her classes. And she felt awful. And she didn't feel smart anymore. She didn't feel good about herself anymore. She now attends Latitude, and I'm so grateful that she does. She's now teaching at Latitude, and I am incredibly proud of her. And this bill would help children like her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sarah Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is the last time I'll be up here today. Sorry, I know you've seen me a lot. But I saw this bill come up on the calendar last week and felt that I really wanted to speak on this and give some thoughts. This bill is really designed to allow for students who feel like they've already met the requirements to have that chance to show and to prove to the rest of us that they do understand the material and they have mastered the content. Current state law mandates that they must stay in the school system until they either drop out or they graduate. And I think we've seen an increasing number of people, very successful people, especially in the tech industry, who were high school dropouts. And they dropped out largely because they felt like they either weren't learning enough in school, they didn't have enough time to really pursue their passions, issues with the socialization aspect of school. And we're seeing a lot of these people go on to very successful careers. And it kind of makes me wonder if these kids had had a chance to take a test and opt out, how much more positive would their schooling experience have been? Would these kids, rather than dropping out and either pushing themselves and continuing on to highly successful careers, there's the opposite of that. There are the kids that do drop out and we don't know where they go after. If these kids were given an opportunity to show that they know the content, they understand it, and could test out of this, I think it would be really great to see the change and I think the difference that it makes in some of these kids' lives. Education is really evolving at a rapid rate, and we're seeing new education opportunities come up every year. And so I think we really do have a fairly significant group of students, more than just one or two, who would be looking for this as an option so that they could either get started on a career, they could go on to higher education. But largely, I think a lot of these kids want to explore their passions, find out where they want to go in life. If they were able to graduate at, say, 15, that gives a lot of time if you want to focus on art or music or history, gives you a lot of time to pursue your passions and kind of figure out where you want to go in life. Just to give a couple of examples, I was looking through kind of the list of companies that were started by kids that were high school dropouts, and I was actually pretty surprised by some of the list. So we have the founders of Wendy's, Coca-Cola, Tumblr, the Holiday Inn, and McDonald's were all high school dropouts. And so these people are going on to lead successful lives, but they clearly were in a position in high school where they felt like their needs weren't being met. So if we could give students like that the opportunity to test out, I think this would go a long ways. So I think that this is a great opportunity. Like the bill sponsors mentioned before, there are some things that he would address with the committee. So I think if we could work out some of those amendments, this would be a great opportunity for these kids.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing, thank you very much. Mr. Frew, are you talking this bill? Okay. we have 3.8 here. We've done that one. So we're on 399 now. So you want to talk at 399? Yes. Great. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, just like I'm in Alaska, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the members of the committee for allowing a couple of minutes to speak. First, I want to acknowledge the prime sponsors' efforts to provide a variety of pathways toward graduation and meet students' needs where they are. Also, want to take a moment to commend the students who attended today to speak to this group. It's a pretty intimidating task. It's intimidating to me, and I'm a little bit older than most of them. And so I want to just acknowledge their courage. In the words of the prime sponsor, there are several concerns and amendments that would be required for this piece of legislation to move forward. We share a number of the concerns that were brought out. I won't take the committee's time reiterating those concerns, but we would suggest that this bill would need further study, either through interim study or finding an expedient to legislate, depending on the nature of the committee. But there are several factors that need to be considered before this piece of legislation could move forward really in the best interest of kids. And I'll conclude with that. Thank you
very much. Any questions of the School Administrators Association? Yes, Representative Lekes.
Are there any that you could think of that we haven't gone over, just so we make sure and cover them? Issues?
I will thank you for the question, Representative Lekes. I will note those on the appropriate piece of paper and get those to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a card here from Becky Wilson from the School Boards Association.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I almost said good morning. That just shows I don't how you
That's
guys.
okay. We're all on the
Alaska,
same
we're from
page
all over
here.
today. For the record, Becky Wilson of the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We will send in written testimony on this bill. We appreciate obviously the sponsors and of course the students for bringing forward this bill to address a very specific concern that they have. And while the bill in its current form does not seem to directly relate to our local school boards, as the conversation has been happening with the number of people that have come to speak, there's been many amendments that have been mentioned, and I just wanted to put onto the record that NHSBA would certainly oppose any amendments that would link this type of program directly to students being able to obtain some sort of test result to get a local district designed and a locally approved diploma by their local school board. School boards invest an extraordinary amount of time and care and development to determine what their graduation requirements are going to be at the local level, what the components are beyond, or to incorporate the minimum standards. And we've spent a lot of time over many, many years, and those of you who've been on this committee for some time, looking at course competencies, how students show competency, having multiple opportunities to show their competency in a variety of ways. And certainly a one-time test would not meet, for the most part, locally district designed diploma requirements or graduation requirements that would lead to competency at that level. So I'm happy to take any questions, and I will submit some written testimony after.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If not the local school board and district, who would you suggest might be issuing such diplomas?
Thank you for the question. I believe, although you'd have to ask the sponsor of the bill, that the current bill reports that the Department of Ed would be in charge of determining that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Becky, during the years you've been in education, I know quite a few. Have you ever dealt with criterion reference tests or tests which deal specifically with curriculum that's required, and you have to have multiple versions of these because you can't give the same version? Have you ever thought about what the expense would be to develop something like that, or the?
Thank you for the question. I think over time and over many years of looking at the way students show what they know, there's been a lot of conversation about one-time tests and whether or not that's a good valuation of what students actually know at a given time, or whether or not they can apply the skills that they know. Yes, we have many students who require accommodations or modifications to certain one-time tests. Some tests, depending on the purpose of why you're giving the evaluation, can and cannot be modified based on that. But again, if you're talking about, to try to come up with some sort of equivalency like the GED or the HiSET exam or the SAT, there are very limited modifications and accommodations that can be made to those things, and it requires quite a bit of documentation ahead of time if you are going to make any requirements. But again, those don't lead to a district level diploma. So that would be where we would want to draw some sort of distinction.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Lekes?
Thank you. I don't know whether you know the answer to this question, but you brought up the GED, and it reminded me that when my kids took their GEDs, they had to wait until their high school, their class in their high school would have graduated. But somebody said that had changed, and I was wondering if you knew what the current rules around the GED are.
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry I can't see.
I know that's
sorry
terrible.
I can't see you. I would have to look specifically for the criteria for that, Representative. There are age requirements, I believe, to take the HiSET, it's called now. That's the new version of the GED. And there may be some age requirements for that, or a certain amount of time that you have to have been enrolled at the high school level or something to that effect before you can take the GED. But the HiSET, I would have to check on that.
Thank you. I
don't think it's related to your cohort necessarily, but I do think it may be related to age.
Okay, thank you. I was just hoping you might know off the
I
top
can
of
look
your
it up
head.
as soon as I get
I
back to my seat.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Any further questions? Have a good evening.
Thank you.
So this, I think, is all the cards we've had on that bill, and we have 2 cards on the next bill, and then we're done. So we're going to close this hearing, and we're going to go on HB 45. Okay. HB 45 is establishing a committee to study student loan forgiveness in New Hampshire, and I'd like to welcome Representative Howard. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Today I'm introducing HB 45, which is a study committee to investigate student loan debt in New Hampshire. The state of New Hampshire has a serious problem when it comes to what its workforce will look like in the next 15 years. Our public university system is one of the most expensive in the entire country, and our students are paying the price at almost $30,000 for in-state tuition and fees. This disincentivizes students from attending in-state universities and contributes to our state's brain drain. High school grads are leaving our state for cheaper options, and out-of-state students are finding it often unable to live here because of high cost of living. Unfortunately, the state of New Hampshire is one of the second oldest states in the nation, and a lot of our workforce will be retiring in that next 15 years, while at the same time, we are unable to retain a lot of our students. This is not official data, but in a private study published in 2021, saw that upwards of 75% of high school grads could be leaving the state for higher education elsewhere. So it would be a good point to have this study committee look into exactly how many students are leaving our state. Because of a lot of people not wanting to necessarily stay here after they leave college, we need to start looking at solutions for this problem, or else our state is going to suffer because of a loss of workforce. So I'm asking all of you to please join me in supporting the creation of this study committee so that we can clarify the statistics and create a plan that will benefit our state and our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Representative Woodcock. Gotta get it up high. There you go. Good.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you for waiting around. I have no problem with the essence of what you're trying to do. My concern is the membership. One of the things we found out a year or two ago when they were looking at student advocacy finance, they did the broad study of expenses for education. One of the things they found out was the public school that needed some of the financial background versus just legislators. And I would think that would be valid here as well. And the other one is, I would suspect it would be wonderful to have someone from the university level who's dealing with this all the time, has a better or an additional view. So I'm just suggesting if you had, for a reason those weren't put in there, or you hadn't thought of them, or you're just happy with what you have.
So, of course, Representative Schultz is the prime sponsor on this bill, and I don't know necessarily what her intent was on that. But again, we could talk about an amendment if that would be suitable.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome. Further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just looking at the idea of creating a student loan forgiveness program, my understanding of loan forgiveness being that really the person who can forgive a loan is really the person who holds the loan. Given that the debt in these cases, I believe, would be to universities because somebody attends a university, they take out the money to go there. I guess my question is the intent of this to be looking at things like For instance, University of New Hampshire, last I looked, has an endowment of $1 billion, or is the intent only to look at obtaining these funds from taxpayers?
So that's a good question. Again, the point of a study committee is to look at different approaches to this legislation, and so that we can try to remedy this situation.
Further questions? Are you familiar at all with the Granite Guarantee Program?
Slightly, yes. I'm currently a student at UNH, and I'm on the Granite Guarantee. So it is a useful program, but it does not necessarily go far enough for a lot of students. So there are some additional concerns because many of the people who are above the threshold to actually be a part of the Granite Guarantee may not necessarily be able to afford the university system here.
Thank you. Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Howard, for being with us this afternoon. Tangentially related to House Bill 45, was wondering if you may have had a chance, or maybe will have a chance down the road, to take a look at some work that was done in a committee to study a state guarantee of refinancing of student loans and explore the possibility of tax credits for businesses that offer tuition forgiveness. That's the title of the study committee. It was done back in 2019, and it came out of Senate Bill 139. So I just put it out there as reference that the committee did hear substantial testimony. Again, it's not spot on to what you're looking at here, but there may be some relevant pieces. And obviously a lot has happened between 2019 and where we are today that probably were not picked up on during the pandemic. And so I think there may be some good nuggets in here. Senator Chanley chaired that committee, and I served on it along with Representative Hill.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at that. So if you'd be as kind enough to send that over, I'd appreciate it.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further questions? Thank you. And Representative Selig. There we are.
Good afternoon. I figured you started your day with me. You might as well finish with me as well. I am Representative Lauren Selig from Durham, New Hampshire, and I was speaking with Representative Howard about this study committee and why it makes sense. I happen to be the parent of a high school senior, and those of you who've been through the process are probably familiar with the joy of applications, which we have thankfully just completed. My daughter is now filling out all the applications for scholarship as well. So we're a family that wouldn't qualify for Granite State Progress, for example. My daughter ultimately did submit an application to the University of New Hampshire. She wasn't going to, but she had no hesitancy in applying to to one of the SUNY colleges. And she applied to it because she kept getting ads, and then actually did research and discovered that it would cost her less paying full tuition as an out-of-state student at any of the SUNY colleges, including going for a master's degree, I believe, than going for 4 years at the University of New Hampshire, living in my house since we're only a mile away. Now, my daughter is currently taking classes at UNH. We have the benefit of that as Oyster River residents. But the reality is that the college system in New Hampshire is the worst funded state university in the country. I happened to be working there when their budget was cut in half by 50%. I no longer work for them as a result of that. And so the expectation that we place on our young people and the burden that we place on our young people to pay tuition there, and then also to support the cost of living, which in the seacoast of New Hampshire is some of the highest in the country, is unsustainable. And so I support the creation of the study committee so that we can have a more thorough and complete understanding of the different aspects of the penalties that this is causing, about the way in which it's leading to, I mean, I would say of my kiddos' friends, 95% are applying to out-of-state schools. And many of them are doing that in order to save money. And we obviously would rather keep them closer to home if they would be willing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not immediately obvious to me what the nexus is between studying for striking student loans versus increasing funding for universities. Can you speak to that just a little bit?
I think by, in my personal opinion, I think by studying the way in which we loan money to students and the way in which they need support to repay those loans, and where there is some state funding and there are some federal grants and other kinds of things that can be repaid. There are also a number of predatory loans that get to students, but we don't have a full understanding of the different types of loans and the different ways that students pay for school and pay for all of their things. And we need a greater understanding. We have 2 or 3 food pantries in Durham, and one of them is primarily to service students who can't afford to eat while they go to school. So I think understanding really the level of debt that our students carry that is pretty unique to New Hampshire residents is something we really need to be able to understand. And by having a study committee that can look at those different things and how loan forgiveness can then allow them to go on to living here, hopefully being able to buy a house and put down long-term permanent roots to, hopefully become teachers and fulfill our desperate need for teachers in our school system or any of the other jobs. We have a very high job vacancy rate and not a lot of people left to keep filling those jobs.
Thank you. Further questioning? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing all of you come testify before my committee sometime.
Fish and game, lobster. Thank you.
I'll ask him.
Mr. Chair, motion to adjourn.
Second.
I want to say, you don't need one at this.
Okay.